So at this juncture, all the universities and research organization, they need to understand the importance of innovation and what is innovation. What is innovation? Many fundamental scientists, they think any novelty is an innovation. But novelty is not an innovation. It's a novelty alone. Invention. It is an invention. Invention and innovations are different. Innovation is something scalable, whatever invention, because a lot of inventions are done by our scientists in various research organizations and universities. But all inventions cannot be translated into innovation because the time also matters. At this juncture, some of the inventions only can be translated into innovations. So based on the need of the society and industries. So many inventions can be converted into product. Many inventions can be converted into product, scalable, but which product can be converted into commercialization. That only now we can say as innovation. Innovation is something scalable and turn into and can be converted into market product and commercialization. So in this way, if you see, there are, for example, electronics. After all these engineering developments, if we see from 1800, initially there was a development in civil engineering. In engineering aspects, I'm telling. Okay, science, initially science. Then when the science turned into engineering, initial development was in the field of civil. Then it turned into mechanical, electrical. Then in the last 50 years, it was electronics. Then these products like telephone, TV, all these came. Then using this electronics technology, there are lots of businesses were evolved. Then this electronics turned into products, mobile. Now it's our telephone, this mobile phones. It's a hardware technology development. But now using this mobile phone, new significant number of businesses evolved. They are innovations. They are innovations. Only because of the technology development of mobile technology, now all people who have ideas, all these ideas are converted into businesses. That only I can say it's innovation. Lot of innovations are happening. Young brains, now they are able to convert their ideas into billions of money within a short period of some 2 to 3 years. That is innovation. So there are so many kinds of innovation. So many kinds of innovation. This is one kind I am telling. Other innovations are societal requirement, also one kind of, not only technological, which can be converted into business alone cannot be called innovations. There are some process innovation, some chemical engineers and chemists, they make some process. So it is an invention which can be scalable and converted into product for industrial requirement. That is also innovation. And societal requirement, upliftment of society is the final requirement of any science and technology. So there are many innovations which leads to upliftment of the society. That is also best innovation I can call. Though there are not much commercialization activity, social upliftment will take place. That is the best innovation I can call. So our ultimate objective of education is societal transformation, the societal transformation. So in this process, there are so many things. Everybody can contribute in that chain. In some part, they can contribute. Initially, a person immediately after his college education, he can contribute sometimes in teaching, sometimes in research. In some people who are working in the research organization, they will straight away involve in research. In universities, the professors will involve both in teaching and research. So during that period, they learn a lot of things and they try to invent every day. Their mind will work towards innovation, some inventions. It is only inventions. Then after 5 years, their mind will get saturated with the inventions they've made. Then they should go towards product development, that all these inventions should turn into product development. Then this product development, the university or the government, state government, central government, everyone should have an ecosystem to convert the scientists and professors' ideas into business. That part, one individual alone cannot make a difference. So in the recent years, our government has done a lot of initiatives like Atoll Incubation Center. There are so many, Bharat. There are so many government organizations are creating ecosystem to convert our scientists and professors from universities' knowledge to a product and a business commercialization. So that ecosystem in some institutions like IIT Chennai and IIT Bombay, it's evolved in a great way. Even our Anna University also, in the last 3 years, we have been doing a lot of things. The seed is already made by a lot of initiatives by central government. And recently, the last 2 years, I can see some business entrepreneurs started evolving from our incubation centers. Okay, it may be another 2 or 3 years that the number of incubatees converted their business, their concepts into business, the number will increase in a large way in the near future. Okay, at this juncture, I would like to share some of the initiatives made by our university. If I can share, I don't know whether I would like to share some of my thoughts through these PowerPoints. Yes. Hope I am audible. It is visible. The second slide, is it visible? Define science, technology, and innovation. Yes, anyone can tell. The second slide is visible.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Visible, sir.
Okay. Let's put slightly. Hope it is audible. The science, technology, innovation. The definitions are given. Science is the creation of knowledge. Example, what I have told, it's electronics. Technology is the application of knowledge. Example, a smart. Innovation is the application of technology. Example, mobile banking. So this you would have understood. And a framework for harnessing science, technology, and innovation for sustainable development. This is the pathway. That is the researching in natural science, social science research, and innovation and technology development. This is one concept. Then for execution, that is connecting this knowledge to action, we need a lot of ecosystem required. So these ecosystems are now created by our government organization, research organization, and universities. That is, government has given the platform that is now being executed by the research organizations and the universities. Now it should reach the final beneficiaries, that is the society. So then only we can build the nation in a very good way. So this, I'm telling the perspectives on interdisciplinary research and needs. Any innovation will come from interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary, and transdisciplinary research. Normally, many scientists, they keep on working in their own field. They will gain lot of knowledge, but that knowledge cannot be converted into product or some innovation. It's very difficult if they keep on working in their own field. Only that is mixing with other disciplines, innovations will come. Mixing with the other discipline. Okay, earlier days, we call it as interdisciplinary. Now even interdisciplinary is not sufficient. Multidisciplinary and transdisciplinary, totally different fields like engineering with the medicine, science with the engineering, and engineering with agriculture. So these kind of transdisciplinary only can create innovation in these days. So universities and research organization, earlier days, some 50 years ago, there were several research organization under the fold of the CSIR. These research organizations, they have been working in one field, mostly, okay, maybe interdisciplinary field. Now it's the time to integrate these labs, and they should collaborate among the CSIR labs and among the universities, because now we have universities also. Now we have made separate university for medical, separate university for engineering and technology, and separate university for veterinary, agriculture, science. Separate universities are there. But in Tamil, I used to say Palkalekkalagam. It's a university. That means all discipline put together only, it's called university. But we have separated that. So this multidisciplinary research is possible at least, but transdisciplinary research is not possible with one field. So how to connect this? All universities should work together to bring a final very good innovations. So health aspect, for example, now there is a great pandemic. We all suffered for the last 18 months. There are lots of innovations required. There are lots of innovations required. These innovations possible only if medical institutions and engineering institutions work together. So now we have learned during this pandemic the need for multidisciplinary research. So hope the thrust area is not only single area, maybe thrust area. Okay, I can say the research requirement for the societal transformation is, yeah, the next slide may be telling. Yes, the thrust area required for the transformation of our ideas for the societal transformation is mostly lies on these areas: health, agriculture, energy and environment, materials and manufacturing, and in all these fields, how to bring these new emerging technologies. So all our scientists' focus should be on any one of these areas: health, agriculture, energy and environment, which includes waste development, water also, and materials and manufacturing. New material development and new manufacturing methods are to be evolved. New emerging technologies, artificial intelligence, machine learning, all these new emerging technologies, how to integrate with the societal requirement, societal and industrial requirement fields. That we have to see. That only these 5 thrust area, all scientist focus should be there. They can contribute in any one of these area, but everyone should now know the emerging technologies, how to integrate this emerging technology for their field. Then only innovation will emerge, innovation will come. So as I told you, the definition of innovation, one can say the successful commercial exploitation of new ideas. To be impactful, innovation must also be scalable, not merely one of novelties. Innovation, novelties alone cannot be considered as innovation. So whatever novelty, that should be scalable, and also commercial exploitation should be possible. So type of innovation I can classify as new products or services, new processes, new business models, social innovations. So these are various kinds of innovation. So maybe the last one, social innovations, may not fetch a lot of money, but that only will finally transform the societal lifestyle of our country. So that innovation, we need to give a lot of importance. Innovation framework. So what you love to do, how an innovation will come. A person who is working towards innovation, first he has to create interest on that. He should do that with a lot of love on that. And then he should seek opportunities. When he seeks opportunities, he should work with open-mindedness. He should see and discover creative rhythm. Lot of things are there. Well, when you see the opportunities, identify the problems and opportunities. Okay, seek many opportunities and finally select the correct opportunity that you have good interest on that. Then set goals and objectives. Seek novelty in that. With the novelty only, the final innovation which will come yield a lot of commercialization value. Without novelty, whatever is existing things, if you do this as a business, then this profitability and commercial value will not be much. So now with the novelty only, we should set for our commercialization activity. Then if you all this, if it is there with interest, after analyzing all the opportunities, focusing on the particular problem and set the goals and objectives, and what is the novelty in our business plan, and then if you start doing, definitely there will be a success. This is the innovation framework. And I would like to tell few points what we have done in our university. Okay, our university, maybe from all our Tamil Nadu scientists may be knowing, there are some scientists who are in the other part of the country. So for them, I just like to tell our institute has 4 autonomous, 4 university colleges. And other than that, we have under this fold 16 colleges under this fold, and we are funding for that. In addition, more than 550 affiliated colleges are also there. So the colleges within this campus and adjacent campus MIT, there are 4 such campuses. The famous campus College of Engineering Guindy was established in 1794, and Alagappa Chettiar College established in 1944, and MIT, Madras Institute of Technology, 1949, and School of Architecture and Planning was established in 1957. In 1978, those days it were colleges. Initially, it was some school kind of thing, survey school. Then later became college. And 1978, it all came under one fold. It's Anna University. Earlier, there were some small names, Pereringer Anna University of Technology, and then finally renamed as Anna University, which was established in the year 1978. And these are our faculty strength, and within these 4 campuses, and our number of students throughout the university, Anna University under this fold, we have more than 10 lakh students studying in various affiliated and constituent and autonomous colleges. And many institutions of our university are now doing that is research and towards innovation. They are doing a lot of work. And in the 4 university colleges, we have different programs like to satisfy the local need. We have civil engineering and mechanical engineering Tamil medium also we have. Because whenever a student learns in their vernacular language, the understanding will be good. So the students from the rural community, they can understand the subject well. So considering this, we have programs in Tamil medium also. And towards the national need, energy engineering, material science and engineering, solar energy, industrial safety and hazards management, mining engineering, these students are contributing for our nation, the students coming from these disciplines. And for international needs, Many students, they study well and they go abroad and bring our foreign currency. So those students contributing for the international requirements are doing big data analytics, software engineering, environmental engineering and management, and multidisciplinary research in the area of mechatronics, avionics, and also our other research centers we have. All these research centers are also now started doing research in multidisciplinary. And our technology, unique programs, leather technology, apparel technology, printing technology, geoinformatics. These are the various unique programs we have for various needs, local needs and national needs, international needs, and courses offered for societal needs. You can see there are various programs our university is offering for various requirement. Mostly it is for the societal needs. And these are our ecosystem. So I told you the basic requirement, that is research and innovation requirement, is in 4 major areas like health, energy, environment, agriculture, and materials and manufacturing, with the help of emerging technologies. So towards this, only agricultural side, we are not contributing much. In all other societal requirement, this university is contributing a lot. Healthcare, design and manufacturing, materials and sustainable energy, environmental and climate change, data science. Data science, it's all emerging technologies. With that, we are contributing for these 4 areas. And our university major centers, these are all autonomous centers. The uniqueness of our university is autonomy is given to research centers. So even the financial autonomy is also there for all these directors who are heading these centers: Center for Water Resources, Human Settlements, Crystal Growth, Environmental Science, Remote Sensing. So many centers, these directors have autonomy to conduct research and doing consultancy services and product development and technology transfer. All autonomies are given to these centers directors, so that whenever an autonomy is there, lot of new things will come. So a lot of emerging technologies are transferred to the technology which were developed in these centers were transferred to various industries and societal requirement. And particularly, I would like to showcase our development happened in the field of unmanned aerial vehicle, drones. So our Center for Aerospace, MIT, has done good contribution initially with the help of DRDO scientists, and now this technology which we received from DRDO and the centers scientists, now they are taking it to various applications, for agricultural applications and for police department. There are lots of requirement by the police department for which our unmanned aerial vehicles are being used. So many applications, mining departments. So these are all innovations. How a technology which is developed in our university with the help of scientists from DRDO, now it is translated into many innovations, and which are making lot of funds for our university. This is one technology to innovation. This innovation is for what applications this technology can be extended, so that the society will be benefited in a large scale. So here we are doing lot of innovations. And in the energy side also, we have done lot of contribution in the during 2012 to 13, when Tamil Nadu has initiated this Tamil Nadu solar energy policy on path of based on this Jawaharlal Nehru mission initiated in the year 2010. We have done, our Anna University has contributed lot of manpower development and successful commercialization of the solar photovoltaic systems for various applications. So we have done good contribution to the society, and biogas plants using this waste from hostel food waste, how to convert. We have a model plant how to convert 1000 kg of food waste from our mess is being converted into 3 cylinders. That means some 50 kg equivalent of LPG gas we are producing every day from the food waste coming from one hostel. And wastewater management. These are the things which we are doing in this energy and environmental area. There are lots of things, but due to shortage of time, I'm focusing the major things. And energy storage is also one of the area which I have been working in the air conditioning field. We have done a lot of contribution. We have done one technology transfer also in this field. And in the in the health sector, we have biotechnology. One science, that is most of the scientists in the science field are working in the biotechnology center, and we have biomedical electronics and health hub. One hub is also initiated with the DST fund. So these 3 centers and departments work. They are now jointly working. That is scientists and engineers from electronics field and other disciplines. They jointly work and develop lot of products in the area of health. And okay, these are all the products developed in the area of health. And these are the technology transferred from our university. Technology transferred from our university by our professors. So recently I have transferred one technology some few months ago, high efficient cool thermal energy storage system with enhanced performance for air conditioning and HVAC application. During the COVID time, immediately our people, our scientists from biotechnology and those who are working closely with the health innovation hub, they have done lot of innovations in the mask also, lot of innovations, sanitizer. We have done lot of product development during this COVID time. Now in our university, we have created a platform, ecosystem, this Atoll Incubation Center. So many universities now have started this Atoll Incubation Center with the funding of in the tune of some 10 crores from government. Now it's working in a very good way, initiated some 2 years ago. And IRAC, DPT, Department of Biotechnology, they have also given lot of fund to start incubation, that is to promote incubators. This center last 10 years, it's functioning in a very good way, but that is for a selected field. And our alumni also have started some one separate incubation center with the collaboration with the alumni who are all great industrialists. They are all helping for our students to promote that is entrepreneurial development and innovations through this incubation center. So 3 different kind of incubation centers we have in our university as of now. And Center for Technology Development and Transfer. This is the broad umbrella under which various activities are being happening. The CTDT, Center for Technology Development and Transfer, is promoting research, sponsored research and consultancy activities. In addition, taking these scientists who have developed something out of the sponsored research to incubation center and the intellectual property. Some scientists, they will stop with making patents, and some scientists, they may come for technology transfer to industries. That is being done through this technology enabling center. And entrepreneurship development center is also now we have allotted a lot of fund to this this entrepreneurship development center. We have created Makers Lab. That Makers Lab is all our students, whenever they have some ideas, they can try to do some work using this lab, and they can make it as a product. For the core engineering, we have one Makers Lab where all facilities, whatever they want, what small this workshop requirement, whatever the new latest tools and machines required are available. And for the students from electronics and computer science, a different kind of Makers Lab we have made. So our students are now capable of converting their ideas into product. So this Entrepreneurship Development Center has facility to convert the students' ideas into innovations. So this center is, this Makers Lab will create a lot of innovation in the near future. Only very recently it is done, and it's these are the research and innovation ecosystems we have created. We now, as of now, some 17 to 18 incubators, they are performing very well in our innovation centers and incubation centers. Hope shortly, within a period of some 2 to 3 years, the number will increase to some 400, 500, because the ecosystem is created very nicely. Definitely, the increase in number of incubators will be in an exponential way within some 1 or 2 years. So this will definitely transform our society and industrial requirement. Finally, the lifestyle of our country, all citizens of this country will come in a long way because of our efforts in universities and research center, all our central government initiatives and our state government support, and Tamil Nadu Tamil Nadu Council for State Council for Science and Technology is also bridging the ambitions of our central government and state government to the universities in a very big way. All these initiatives will change our society in a large scale, I hope. With this, I thank the member secretary and other officials who have given this opportunity to address the scientists and researchers gathering. Thank you once again for the very good opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful and very eloquent speech and explanation of the entire science and technology ecosystem available in Anna University as well as in our state. Thank you very much for your speech. Now it is the turn of Dr. N. Kalai Selvi, Director Secretary. I will read a brief biodata. Dr. N. Kalai Selvi is the Director of Central Electrochemical Research Institute, first woman in that capacity. And she has done a lot of research for the past 25 years, primarily focusing on electrochemical power systems in particular, development of electrode materials, custom designed synthesis methods, optimization of reaction parameters, electrochemical evaluation of in-house prepared electrode materials for their suitability in energy storage device assembly. She is currently involved in development of practically viable sodium-ion lithium sulfur batteries and supercapacitors. She has more than 130 research papers and 6 patents to her credit, guided 9 research scholars, and 6 are currently undergoing their studies for PhD. Recipient of many prestigious awards, some of them FRSI Medal, CSER Raman Research Fellowship, INSA NRF Exchange Award, Brain Pool Fellowship of Korea, and Most Inspiring Women Scientist Award, etc. I invite Dr. N. Kalai Selvi to share with us the work done by Secretary in Nation Building. Thank you, madam.
Yeah, pleasant morning to every one of you. Thank you very much for the opportunity given. Thanks for the nice introduction. I consider this as a very, very great opportunity, and I consider this as a long-awaited opportunity from my end, because we from CSIR, Central Electrochemical Research Institute, even though we are known globally for very many technology leads of this institute, many times I used to wonder and I used to feel also that the accomplishments of this lab should be showcased, should be demonstrated to the local public of our own state of Tamil Nadu. And therefore, I consider this opportunity as a very great and a golden opportunity for me to just to share where do we stand, what do we contribute, and what are the best ways by means of which we can contribute and complement to other organizations also in a very, very amicable manner. And with this kind of a brief note, I just wish to go ahead with the presentation. This presentation, I will stick on to the time of 15 to 20 minutes, and wherein I'll be just sharing what are we, what do we do, and what are our ambitions, and what is our future plan also. So we, as I already told, we are known as Central Electrochemical Research Institute. We belong to the proud family of Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, call it as CSIR, which is headquartered at Delhi. And from CSIR, which is having the headquarters at Delhi, we are around 37 national laboratories. We are spreading across this nation in different states, different parts of this nation, starting from Kanyakumari up to Jammu and Kashmir on the top. And Northeast also we have our labs. So this is the length and breadth of CSIR labs. And we from Karekudi, a small town situated in the southernmost part of this country, Central Electrochemical Research Institute is functioning. So this institute is having its headquarters at Karekudi, and we have two extension centers, one in Chennai and the other one is there in Mandapam. And this Chennai center is there in Taramani, where we call it as the satellite center for batteries and fuel cells research. And our Mandapam is very much closely situated near Rameshwaram, which is famous for the marine related corrosion studies. So this Central Electrochemical Research Institution, which was founded in July 25th, 1948 by Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, who laid the foundation stone. And this was dedicated to the nation in the year 1953. And therefore, next year we'll be celebrating our Sikri at 75. And this institute is really existing today only because of the philanthropist, Dr. R.M. Adgapachettiar, who has donated 15 lakh rupees as cash and 300 acres of his own land in 1948. So with a great salute to this kind of a philanthropist and the visionary leaders, I just wish to talk about the kind of facilities we have and what do we contribute in the field of electrochemical science and technology. Before I go into the details of science and technology, just because it is related to, I'm just talking next to Anna University Vice Chancellor. So we are also having one BTech course, it's a 4-year course, and our students are graduating in the field of chemical and electrochemical engineering. And we have one ACSR driven PhD. There also our PhD scholars are doing research in the field of chemical sciences, physical, biological, and engineering sciences. And we are a small family of around 400 staff members. And if you just ask me about the campus, it's a very, very beautiful campus, clean and green campus, wherein the kid can start its career starting from Sishu Vidyalaya, wherein we have the pre-KG, LKG, and UKG. Then the kid can go to Kendriya Vidyalaya, where we have classes from first standard to +2. Then as soon as the kid is finishing the +2, then it is no longer a kid, it's a student. So the +2 finished student can enter into our own BTech. We call it as Center for Education. This BTech is associated with Anna University. We come under the single window system of Anna University. So once the BTech course is finished by the student, we have the program called Academy of Scientific and Innovative Research. We call it as ACSIR, which is coming under the umbrella of CSIR. So there they can pursue their research, both in the form of PhD, or they can do it in the form of IDDP. It is a dual degree program. So either through IDDP or through PhD, they can complete PhD. Once PhD is completed, we are there, the Central Electrochemical Research Institute. There they can join as a scientist. So starting from pre-KG up to scientist, till the age of 60, till you get your retirement, you can complete your entire life within this small campus of 300 acres. And that is the beauty of our campus. So we call it as Sishu to scientist. The complete travel of a human can be completed in our campus. So as far as our CSIR family is concerned, so our president is the Honorable Prime Minister of this country, Shri Narendra Modi ji. And our Vice President is the Honorable Minister of Science and Technology, Dr. Jitendra Ji Singh. And our Director General CSIR is Dr. Shekhar C. Mande, who is the Secretary of DSIR also. The main aim is through CSIR, in the name of CSIR, we from Central Electrochemical Research Institute, we are developing products, technologies, as well as we do a lot of societal service in the name of electrochemical science and technology. If you just consider the organizational chart, myself is the director of this institute, and I'll be getting advices and directions from Research Council, which is a PEX Council, and a guiding council, as well as we have a management council also. So this institution is having 5 major divisions. One is scientific divisions, under which we have 6 divisions. 6 divisions are only playing a very major role in disseminating science and technology, especially electrochemical science and technology. We have a division called Corrosion and Materials Protection Division. Another division is Electrochemical Power Systems. And the third division is Electroplating and Metal Finishing. Fourth one is Electronics and Electrocatalysis. Fifth one is Electrochemical Process Engineering. And the sixth one is Electroorganic and Materials Electrochemistry. To support all these scientific divisions, we have central instrumentation facility, wherein we have the all world-class instruments available in one corridor, all under one roof. And we have a globally recognized computer and networking unit. And we have a great civil engineering team, engineering and technical services team. We have the Knowledge Resource Center. Our Knowledge Resource Center is very famous for the kind of repository that we have in the field of electrochemical science and technology. Very unique compilation is available in our KRC, Knowledge Resource Center. Apart from that, we have horticulture, HLS, guest house, canteen, and security. Then we have a project planning and monitoring division. We have an international collaborative projects division. We have seminar and training division. Technology transfer and business development is very, very important arm of our important institute. Then, as I told, our BTech 4-year BTech course is there. We have a 5-year PhD program under ACSR is also there. Coming to administration, we have general administration, stores and purchase, finance and accounts. We have sections for recruitment of staff member, establishment, bills, works, and gender. And our outreach activities are very, very popular across the nation. We have a dedicated skill development and Jigyasa program, through which we are extending our service to different sets of learned group. Whether it is a school dropout, we have some kind of a skill development program for them. If it is a school completed, +2 completed student, for them, we have some kind of a skill development program. For graduates, we have a definite set of programs. And for postgraduates, we have different kinds of programs. And if you are an employee of an industry, then we have another high-level program also, wherein we have many hand-holding refresher courses also. Similarly, through Jigyasa, we do meet number of school children, be it Kendriya Vidyalaya or private school children or government school children. For everybody, we are helping them through virtual lab as well as through ATEL program also. And we have 2 societies. One is SAIST, Society for the Advancement of Electrochemical Science and Technology, and another one is National Corrosion Council of India. And apart from this, we are having our identity under UBA also, and we have another battery performance and testing center, and we have our staff club also. So this is our arrangement or the core structure, infrastructure, which I discussed. Now, we as a central government lab, CSR driven lab, our mission is to disseminate electrochemical science and technology. And we say that whatever it may be the program, whatever it may be the problem, which is to be addressed for its domestic reason or for its strategic application or for its societal purpose, we do have solutions in the form of electrochemical science and technology. As I already told, these are the 6 divisions, and each division is coming up with their own unique strength in terms of electrochemistry and science. As I already told, we have 2 extension centers, one in Chennai and other one in Mandapam. So if it just, because Vice Chancellor was talking about, apart from science and technology, we should have innovation, and we should have, it should start from invention. So we also start with the lab-based invention. Then we just translate it as an innovation, and then we reach the customer through companies and industries. And CSR itself is a system wherein the science and technology should be translated, should be transformed, and it should find its application for the industrial application. So having industries in our mind, Indian industries in our mind, how best indigenous solutions could be given to industries. We are working in the following fields like energy. In energy, we are having number of projects ongoing with respect to the production of green hydrogen, because now everybody, starting from the Prime Minister or the Minister of Science and Technology or even environmentalists, everybody is talking about green hydrogen. I'm very proud to say that we have dedicated technology to produce green hydrogen in CSIR Sukri. The technology has already been transferred to a company in New Delhi, And we have, using this green hydrogen, we can produce green ammonia. And also we have fuel cells. Fuel cells are operating with a hydrogen that is being generated from the electrolyzer. We have number of lead roles in fuel cells. We have recently demonstrated a car, also a road show wherein a car was powered by a fuel cell. And we have many R&D programs on hydrogen storage. Similarly, in the field of batteries, whether it is the century-old lead-acid battery or the recent days celebrated lithium battery or the upcoming beyond lithium battery, in all battery systems, we have technologies. All technologies are homegrown technologies, and few technologies have already been transferred, and few other technologies are already existing as a mature technology, and we are ready to transfer it to any Indian company who is approaching us for that kind of a technology transfer. And we are now coming up with the kind of development with respect to redox flow battery. So this redox flow battery is again a very, very unique system. It is not so popular as of now, but it has a bright future. Whenever we want to have a massive energy storage, especially up to the grid storage level, redox flow batteries are the only choice. And we do have number of technology leads with respect to redox flow batteries. Similarly, the whole country, or I would say even the entire globe, is worried about the CO2 capture and sequestration, because the carbon footprint, it is really threatening us in very many ways in terms of climatic change, pollution, and other reasons. And we from SICRI, we do have technologies on CO2 capture and sequestration. Apart from that, we are developing some special reserve batteries, which are finding their application in our Indian Army, Navy, and other strategic applications also. Now, in the recent days, we are coming up with a very great facility, which we call it as a center of excellence, that I will be discussing in the upcoming slide. So we are going to create a very big center of excellence in lithium-ion batteries. It's a 100 crore investment project, and I'll be sharing 1 or 2 slides on that. Coming to corrosion, we have corrosion in 4 or 5 different areas. One is concrete corrosion, the other one is biocorrosion, and the third one is cathodic protection, and the last one is paints and superhydrophobic protective coatings. So whether it is related to the strategic sector requirements or it is related to the industrial needs, everywhere all corrosion related problems are being addressed by our own corrosion division. And in many times we used to proudly say that, what about the life of any kind of coating, protective coatings that we offer to the corrosion preventive measures? If at all the client asks, what is the life of the coating? We will say that life of the building is the life of the coating. So that kind of adherent coatings are available with us. And coming to water, soil, and healthcare, we do work on number of technologies related to drinking water quality. And we are trying to address the industrial effluent related problems and wastewater treatment also. Recently, we came up with the improvised version of NPK soil sensor, which will be finding its application to help farmers in a great way to understand about the soil health, as well as what is the requirement of the soil, and what about the what kind of a fertilizer is to be added. So this kind of all preliminary information could be obtained from this kind of a handheld soil sensor. And we have a great lead with respect to multiple analytes and healthcare sensors, because nowadays everybody is talking about wearable sensors, which will be able to help us to understand the status of the health care related to the individual. And we are also having very many technical leads in that particular healthcare sensors. Now, coming to electrochemical synthesis, process engineering, and metal finishing, CSR SICRI is very well known for our own metal platers consortia, through which we are addressing the strategic coatings, thermal barrier coatings, and strategic coatings. Thermal barrier coatings are very, very popular these days, becoming popular, because wherever you are having a fear for thermal runaway, wherever you have a fear for a thermal shoot up, there and all, you can apply this coating and you can minimize the thermal runaway. And we are there with our specialized technologies in this direction. Similarly, we have the additive manufacturing related 3D printing designs as well as structures, and we are catering to the requirements of many industries, be it in the field of energy or in the field of healthcare. Everywhere our 3D printing services are also getting translated to different industries. Similarly, we are coming up with a number of electrochemical synthesis of organic and inorganic products, because when we add chemicals and we cook organic products or inorganic products, carbon dioxide is getting evolved and it is reaching the atmosphere and it is aggravating the problem of our CO2 emission. Now, all the technologies are expected to be zero carbon technologies. This is where people, be it an industry or the government sector or the PSU, they are now looking for electrochemical technologies, which we call it as greener technologies, because we are not emitting anything to the atmosphere, because we are playing with around electrons. Here, electron is only used as an oxidizing agent, electron is used as a reducing agent, and therefore it's a zero emission technology. And therefore, with green technologies, we are catering to the requirements of be it an organic product or an inorganic product, we have technologies. And the last point is very, very important. Now in India, the hexavalent chromium is in other countries, long time back, hexavalent chromium was banned. Now in India also, hexavalent chromium is banned. So we are coming up with the trivalent chromium as an alternative for the banned technology on chromium. And we are having very many technologies wherein it is a cyanide-free plating and cyanide-free coating. So these are our specialities with respect to electrochemistry. And as I told, our outreach programs, related programs, we have specialized programs on paints and coatings, wherein very topmost companies, paint companies, are also sending their staff members to get hands-on training here. Plating technologies, as I told, Platers Association, they are also hand-holding with us. And green crackers is another area wherein we are trying to reduce the noise level, as well as we are reducing the pollution level of crackers. And Jigyasa and skill development program, already I have told. And COVID-19 also, apart from electrochemistry, we repurposed few of our technologies to address the requirements of COVID, which I will discuss in the upcoming slide. So this slide is an illustrative slide where you can see whether it is a Pamban Bridge or Wagah border of this country, or Indian Railway, or whether it is a century-old Sardar Sarovar Dam, or it is again a century-old Thalla tank from Kolkata, or whether it is a Thiruvallur statue which is situated in the Kanyakumari in the mid of ocean. Everywhere corrosion-related issues are being addressed by us, and in very many cases, we are offering our consultancy service to this country in these names. Few of our technologies like inhibited cement slurry coating, cement polymer by Sukri to such consultants, they are finding their application even today, and therefore the sustainability of our technology is getting endorsed whenever we are getting 10-year-old client, 20-year-old client coming to us and getting their license, technology license renewed. So that is a proud feeling, and we are having so many other technologies which are available in our kitty, especially in the field of corrosion protection technologies. As I told, the whole country is now looking for whether somebody can produce green hydrogen. We can proudly say, yes, we are there, because the first slide, the left-hand side slide, that clearly tells you this is our invention, or I can say it is innovation, because it has been already transferred to a technology, to a company, and they are practicing it. To the surprise of our own staff members, they have taken up this technology even to Sultanate of Oman, wherein this green hydrogen production technology is finding its application in their weather balloon system. So that is the reach of our technology, and we have transferred this technology to BARC Kalpakam also. And this is our green hydrogen peroxide technology, using the same kind of setup that we use for hydrogen. We are coming up with green hydrogen peroxide. Why green hydrogen peroxide? COVID has given a lot of importance, and it made us to understand that this is high time we have to think about hydrogen peroxide and other disinfecting systems also. So we are able to give green hydrogen peroxide system also. And similarly, green ammonia. Why green ammonia? The answer is very simple. Now the country is going towards a totally different direction, in which even fertilizer companies, they don't want to go with the kind of fertilizers that are existing right now. They just go in a slightly different version, wherein green ammonia is the active product intermediate from which they will go ahead with the ammonia-based fertilizers in the upcoming days. So it is mainly to maintain the soil health This is where green ammonia is finding its application, and we are working with 2-3 companies in this area. This is about the fuel cell. I told the former Minister for Science and Technology, Harshvardhan ji, he visited us twice or thrice, and we dedicated this kind of a fuel cell to the minister as well as to the president, former president. And this fuel cell is the evidence that the extent to which we are working closely with the company. This is one company called KPIT from Pune. With their help, we demonstrated this kind of a road show wherein the fuel cell developed by us is really powering the car. Now everybody is aware of lithium battery technology, whether it is a mobile phone or a e-scooty or a e-vehicle, whether it is a 3-wheeler or a 4-wheeler. Now everybody is looking for lithium technology, it's a powering technology. So we from SICRI, we have a minimum of 3 technologies. We have a cathode material making technology, and we have a cell making technology, and we have a modified material technology, which will be used for the fast rating or fast charging protocols. So these are the details which are associated with it. Recently, we demonstrated this kind of demonstration related to our LIB development. We started with torch, then we moved to power bank, then we moved to solar lantern. So our former Minister of Science and Technology is riding a e-scooty, which is powered by our own battery. There is a homegrown battery. Our Director General is riding a scooter inside which we have our own homegrown battery. So e-cycle and our solar cell lights are powered. Recently, we transferred this technology to Tata Chemicals, NMC-based cell making technology. And now I just wish to just touch upon sodium ion technology, because everybody is now celebrating lithium technology, but parallelly there is another technology which is also coming up, growing in a tremendous manner, which is sodium ion technology. Because India is surrounded all the 3 sides by sea, there is ocean, seawater, therefore sodium is available in plenty. Therefore this is high time we should think about sodium ion battery. And fortunately and so proudly I can say that we have 3 different technology patents, one on the cathode, one on the anode, and one on the electrolyte for sodium battery technology. And we have indigenous know-how for the sodium ion battery development. This is again supercapacitor. Why supercapacitor means India is a country wherein we have, and especially Tamil Nadu, we have number of speed breakers. So whenever a 2-wheeler or a 3-wheeler or a 4-wheeler is climbing up this speed breaker, definitely you need sudden power requirement. So this kind of a peak power requirement could be addressed by a supercapacitor. In SICRI, we have supercapacitor device, as well as we are making the electrode material also in bulk scale. And we are now going one step ahead, wherein we are making a hybrid of battery and supercapacitor, and we try to solve the issues of EV related problems. This is a redox flow battery, which I told. For grid level storage, this redox flow battery is finding its application. We are working on all vanadium system and metal-metal redox flow also. This is one slide wherein I will tell you, we are coming up with a material which can really sequester carbon dioxide, which can really absorb carbon dioxide, even under flue gas condition. Because in thermal power plants and in very many industries, the CO2 is coming out at a high temperature. At such a high temperature, how to absorb carbon dioxide? So we have material for that. And subsequently, this carbon dioxide could be given value addition, either in the form of adipic acid or oxalic acid, or even we can convert it into polyurethane also. So this is one proud finding from CSIR SICRI. We have come up with a printable ink. Herein it is a nano cluster based printable ink. This technology could be used to find out even fake currency also. And in the case of food sensor, as I already told, wherever food contaminants are driven by chemicals such as acrylamide or acrolein or acetaldehyde, we are coming up with the kind of sensors which will be able to sensitize the presence of them, and they will give some kind of a warning about the contamination about it. So far we were talking about the material. I wish to just to showcase what is our strength in the field of metallurgy also, 1 or 2 slides. So whether it is a lightweight material, metal, or whether it is a transition metal or a rare earth, we are having a strong group working in the field of extractive metallurgy. So we can go with the extraction of rare earth, both from the primary source as well as from the secondary source, whether it is a beach sand mineral or whether it is an IREL related primary source, or whether it is a secondary source from the industry. Everywhere we can collect the metal. Finally, we can come up with the pure metal. We can recover the metal with the maximum impurity, with the maximum purity of 99.9%. Similarly, this is about our strength in the field of lightweight metals, namely calcium or magnesium or lithium. So here again, we have strength both in the case of extraction as well as in purification. So this is our coating, which I already told you. So we have smart coatings, which could be used for aerospace and defense application. Similarly, we have industrial coatings for corrosion protection, both in the oil as well as gas pipelines and storage tanks. This is another very interesting thing. We are coming up with the ballistic materials, wherein we can have this kind of a ballistic proof. This could be used as a helmet, and this is also finding its defense application. So this is again thermal barrier coating, which is finding its application starting from satellite or from wherever you have the thermal runaway, you can use this kind of a coating. This is a cyanide-free brass plating, which we are making it popular across the country, and very many industries and private parties are approaching us, especially for the cyanide-free plating processes, especially to make idols. This is our 3D printing technology. As I already told, for energy, aerospace, and medical field, we are giving this kind of a thing. And one of our scientists, he recently received the Young Scientist Award of CSIR. So this is a proud moment for us. And we can say from the southernmost part of this country, he is able to fetch this award in the national level. So these are a few skill development programs and Jigyasa programs that we are doing. This is our COVID related thing. We started our journey by with some kind of a small sanitizer, hand sanitizer. Then we made it as a kind of a bigger version. We prepared some soap solutions. Then we came up with some kind of a disinfectant. We came up with the preparation of mask also, tri-layered mask. And we came up with the other versions of the mask also. And we just distributed this kind of a hand sanitizer and hand wash solution and hypo disinfectant to the local panchayat, the municipality, the police stations, the primary health centers, banks, and other areas also, and even to educational institutions also. We distributed all these things at free of cost. We considered that as a service from our side, for which electrochemical technology only we used. We repurposed the electrochemical technologies, and we made all these COVID kits, and we just gave to the nearby people at free of cost. This is another very important thing. Using a very common salt, you can come up with the technology of preparing sodium hypochlorite, which is the disinfectant. In our institution, we are preparing it on day-to-day basis, and the entire campus, we are using this disinfectant spray every week, at least twice. And this technology is also given to number of clients. And this is my last slide. The whole country is now talking about Atmanirbhar. We have to do indigenous science, indigenous inventions, indigenous innovations for the benefit of this country, and we are into that. And the country has now recently introduced performance-linked incentive scheme, PLIS of MHI. We are handholding many industries in this direction. Similarly, DST has introduced hydrogen mission. We are also a part of this hydrogen mission of DST. Similarly, we are helping MSME, especially Electroplaters Association and their clusters. And we have some societies through which we are providing grassroots solutions. And through these societies, we are offering number of platforms wherein, starting from school children up to researchers and industry persons, they can interact and brainstorm with the world-class leaders. And we are providing workshops, conferences, and other seminars and arrangements through these kind of societies. And global benchmarking technologies, we are always offering it in the form of a technology transfer to the industries, interested industries. And coming to Skill India, as I already told, for various groups, various age groups, various educational level groups, we are offering training, hand-holding training in our campus, as well as through virtual mode. And as I told, we are having a beta course and PhD, and these students are our brand ambassadors, and they are only helping us to reach the length and breadth of this globe through our clean and green technology. And of course, if all of us, if the whole country is start practicing electrochemical technologies, soon we will make clean India and green India. Thank you very much. And I'll be happy to answer questions if any. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, madam. We are running short of time already. Thank you. I would request all the presenters to kindly restrict yourself to allotted time. The next presenter is Dr. M. Umadevi, Associate Professor and Head Department of Physics, Mother Teresa Women's University. As we all know, Mother Teresa Women's University is a unique institution because of its nature of having the women as participants. The participation from women for science and technology, we would like to hear. So I am very happy to invite you, madam. Brief biodata. Tamil Nadu Young Women Scientist Award 2012 has been received by Dr. Umadevi, visiting fellow of Jawaharlal Nehru Center for Advanced Scientific Research, Bangalore. She has a lot of research interest, including laser excited fluorescence, laser Raman scattering studies, surface enhanced Raman scattering, and optical absorption studies of organic compounds of biological interest with metal nanoparticles, plasmonic nanoparticles as SERS pollutant sensors, photocatalytic studies. All these things he has been very actively participating, guided 34 MPhil scholars and 7 research scholars. She has an international collaboration with many countries, including France, Norway, and Saudi Arabia. Now I invite Dr. M. Umadevi to kindly make a presentation about this unique institution. Kindly restrict to the timing, madam. Thank you.
Good afternoon to all. Thank you for the introduction. On behalf of Mother Teresa Women's University, I am presenting the science and technology and innovation ecosystem in our university. Our university is inaugurated in the presence of Nobel laureate Mother Teresa in 1984 by a special Act 15 to honor the poet Bharati on his centenary celebrations. The university bears the pride of being the only one of its kind in the state and third in the nation, with its unique status by, for, and of the women. Our vision is holistic empowerment of women through education, and our mission is to promote a society of equal status between the women and men, to empower women through education at all levels, and impart education of global standard. Our objective is to monitor women's education at all levels in the state and to develop research facilities for the women and to fulfill the social responsibilities and to offer consultancy services. Our main campus is situated in Kodaikanal. It is in Atmanirbhar. It is around 52 acres and it is with an altitude of 2,144 meters above sea level. In addition, we have 3 research and extension centers at Madurai, Coimbatore, and Chennai. In all cases, we are offering PG program and research activities. In addition, there is an entrepreneur training and extension center at SIPCAT Pallapatti, Dindigul district. And in the affiliated college, we are offering in our university, 12 colleges are under our university, that is 3 government college, 2 aided, 1 constituent and 6 self-financing women's colleges in Theni and Dindigul districts come under our governance of university. And we are 55 prominent educators and 70% of full-time faculties with an average of 10 years of experience and 98% of faculties are with PhD. This is our main campus at Atmanirbhar. This is our aerial view. And this one is at SIPCAT Pallapatti. And this one is the research center at Madurai. And this one is at Coimbatore. And this one is at Chennai. These are the facilities, playground, hostels, very good hostel facilities and gymnasium. And we are offering 25 PG programs and 1 UG program, that is special education, and 21 MPhil programs and 22 PhD programs as per UGC norms. And we are launching a new programs like data science, biotechnology, food and nutrition, fashion designing, tourism and development, and innovative courses like remote sensing, data analytics, textile design, internet marketing, tourism, eco studies, language studies, etc. in our regular programs. And in the last 5 years, 94 doctoral scholars awarded with PhD degree and 33 government projects with a generation of rupees 219.55 lakhs. and 25 JRF and SRF postdoctoral students, and 9 faculty members with the national international research fellowship, and generation of 811.374 lakhs through consultancy. And we have central instrumentation facilities updated with advanced research instruments. These are all the some of the projects undertaken by our faculty members, funded by ICSSR, UGC, DST, UGC, DAE, and by the Department of Commerce, Management, Physics, Chemistry, Biotech, Tourism, Management, etc. If you consider the publications in Web of Science and Scopus Index, it's around 279, and Fetch Index is 26, and citation in Web of Science is 2915, with an average citation of 13.13. And number of books, chapters published is 447. And we have a state-of-art microtechnology laboratory and an artificial intelligence laboratory established under DST SSTP grant and DST Curie grant respectively. We have a high-end research equipment such as FTIR, XRD, UV visible and HPLC, GCMS and PCR purchased under DST Curie, DST FIST and UGC grants for facilitating advanced research. This is our university innovation ecosystem. Initially, we have the internal collaboration, like we have the departments and research center and entrepreneur development center and center for intellectual property rights. And we have the central instrumentation facility. Next, we have the external collaboration with funding source and foreign collaboration and industry, etc. Then we have the products and like antifungal product, materials for effluent, crystals for pharmaceuticals, and then you have the end users like farmer, public, government, patent, etc. So the technology is transferred in two ways: the transferring technology knowledge to the students through teachers. Next, by converting the innovative projects into product and commercialization. And we have produced some innovative product: human action recognition system, plant-based room freshener with dermatophatic and wall protective effect, and online recommendation system for self-help group women for improvising the sales, like it's called as Madras Market, and automated smart classroom based on FASILAN based wireless communication technology, and gesture controlled device for intellectually physically challenged based on the MEMS sensor with machine learning technology, and smart bin for smart city using cloud enabled IoT technology, and smart women safety, and then AI based bison detection on real time video system, and old age home management system, and fertilizer system. And we have commercialized this product, and AI-based bison detection on real-time video streams by the PhD scholar was commercialized to Smart and Technology Private Limited. And the two software package, voltage home management system and fertilizer management system developed by MCA student is commercialized to Phoenix Softtech Madurai. And software package for feedback analysis and leave management system contributed to the university by the student of computer science. These are all the patents filed by the Department of Biotechnology and Computer Science. And for the relief measures, we are university faculty members contributed the fund to the Kerala Fund Relief and Chief Minister Relief Fund and Chief Minister Public Relief Fund for the COVID. And during COVID, we are teaching and allotting assignment and conducting examination through online. And the university has been taking efforts to train the women students to equal partner of the economic growth and development of their family, state, and nation. With its continuous efforts, the university has certainly enabled and will continue to enable women to be empowered equal partners in national building in terms of labor participation, decision making, innovative entrepreneurship, constitution stakeholders, and all. Apart from this, one of the faculty members from biotechnology, Dr. Usha Rajanandani, is interested in taking GI for the traditional indigenous product of Kodaikanal Malaipundu. For that, the objective is to inspire the people to uphold the value of the traditional arts and crafts, and to motivate the farmers to return to the cultivation of hill garlic on the massive scale to improve its market value, and to save these traditional product and indigenous plant varieties from the brink of extinction. To give an impetus farmers by enabling geographical induction registration, to inculcate in the farmer and the general public the benefit of obtaining GA, adopting due process for all the unique regional plant varieties, to create a platform for farmers to globally promote worthiness and genuineness regional plant varieties. So the Center for Intellectual Property Rights and the Department of Biotechnology, in collaboration with TNSCST, is involved in facilitating the GA registration for deserving product. First, they have taken the effort for Kodaikanal Malaipundu. So they have taken meeting the traditional practitioners of various village and providing awareness on the benefit of after GA registration. Then studying the unique properties and medicinal values of the product, then collecting proof for over 100 years history of for the practice, and filing the application of to GA registry with necessary documents and applying to TNSCST. Then motivating the farmers and practitioners to form formal facilitation and avail authorization. So this is after the thing, the Department of Biotechnology and TNSCST got this GA for Malaipundu, and these are all the some of the awareness program, the meeting the Dr. Usha Rajanandani had with the farmers. And the evidence, the success is now the rate is changed from 80 to 350, and the farmer have formed an farmer producing organization, and which help to promote and boost the economic of farming. Then also, in addition, they find the support of Tamil Nadu Agricultural Department Extension and Marketing Division, and form the primary processing center worth rupees 8 crore and has been established in Kodaikanal by the government with the provision of 1,000 metric ton capacity storage house and 500 metric ton capacity smoke house and 1,000 metric ton capacity trading room. And the success of this acquisition of GA registration for Kodaikanal Hill Garlic have motivated the Center for IPR and the Department of Biotechnology to file the application for Udangudi Panangarpatti and also Athangudi tiles in the next product for GA registration. And thank you so much for choosing our university for this and giving support for GA. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, madam, for your elaborate presentation of the activities of Tamil Nadu Teresa Women's University. Now, it is my pleasure to request Professor V. Kamakoti, Associate Dean, ICSR, IIT Madras, to present. I'll just read a very brief biodata for considering the time constraints. Professor is working in the Department of Computer Science and Engineering, IIT Madras. Is the chairman of Artificial Intelligence Boards constituted by Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Government of India. Specializes in computer architecture, information security, and VLSI design. He also heads the microprocessor development program and the information security education awareness program funded by Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India. More than 15 years of experience in computer systems development and specializations in computer architecture. Dr. Kamakoti took a Shakti Processor initiative which aims to break the barrier between academia and industry by providing open source processor and SoC designs. Authored a number of research papers and published in international journals and proceedings of scientific conferences. Produced 10 PhDs and guiding 9 more. Received a lot of awards including DRDO Academic Excellence Award, Techno Visionary Award, Abdul Kalam Innovation Fellowship by INAU. Now it is my pleasure to introduce, request Professor Kamakoti to make the presentation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Professor Ramaswamy, and thank you for this opportunity to present about IIT Madras in a forum, in a Tamil Nadu forum. It's a very, very unique honor, and we are deeply sensible of this honor extended to us. So in the 15 minutes that is allotted to me, I'll make a very quick presentation about the activities done by by IIT Madras. I am Kamakoti. I am the Associate Dean of IIT Madras and also a Professor of Computer Science and Engineering. This is a very quick look into the agenda. I'll go through a very brief history of IIT Madras, our institutional profile, our core competencies, and then some of the science and technology related developments that are happening there to brief all of you about some of the latest developments and some of the technologies that we have patented. And specifically, we will I'll concentrate a bit on what we have contributed towards this drastic pandemic that we are facing, the COVID-19. History of IIT Madras, we started in 1959. We were assisted by the Federal Republic of Germany. In 1961, we were declared as an institute of national importance under the Act of Parliament. 1973, we started a consultancy center for industrial consultancy and sponsored research named ICSR, where we were trying to channelize and focus all the R&D, IP management, and technology transfer. Recent developments, 2010, we for first probably in any academic institutions in Asia, we were the first to develop a research park, a facility that houses startups and nurtures industry academia collaboration. We have been ranked #1 in the engineering institution category and overall engineering for several consecutive years. We have been the NIRF1 rank in the engineering category for the last 6 years in a row. We were also selected as an Institute of Excellence by the Government of India in 2019. And we were also adjudged as the most innovative institute for the year 2020 by the Confederation of Indian Industry. This is a quick history of IIT Madras. We have graduated around 52,500 top-notch engineers over our last 50 plus years of existence, published around 36,600 research articles, attracted around 5.2 lakh citations for them, 1,500 plus patents, 350 patents were granted in the last couple of years, and 80 technology intellectual properties were transferred, 630 faculty, 9,100 students, and 1,200 staff. We have students from across 18 countries. We have around 1,500 research projects and 650 consultancy projects ongoing, and we have around 1,900 project staffs in addition to the students who are carrying on these activities. The core competencies are advanced manufacturing. We have a Center for Advanced Manufacturing Technology. We have advanced materials. Very important, now we have the Center for Non-Destructive Testing. We specialize in the area of AI data sciences. We have the Robert Bosch Center for Data Science and AI. We have work on autonomous systems, next generation communication networks. We have a Center for Excellence in Wireless Technology, which looks into the 5G, 6G architectures. We have got a good set of work at the chemistry, specifically molecular chemistry. We also do a lot more on the management studies. We have earth sciences, we have humanities, business, energy propulsion, renewables. We have a good presence on cyber security, We are one of the nodal centers for the Information Security Education Awareness Program, funded by the Ministry of Information Technology. We have a biotech, DBT, Department of Biotechnology sponsored Health Technology Innovation Center, the STIC. We also work on medicine and biology. We have a very vibrant biotechnology group. We work on advanced microscopy. And we also have a very strong presence on microelectronics and integrated circuits. We have the Pratap Subramaniam Center for Digital Intelligence and Secure Hardware Architecture. We are also playing a very active role in the microprocessor development program of Government of India. We have been active participation in the Shakti project, which is now as a part of the Swadeshi Microprocessor Challenge. We have the Ocean Technology Group. We have the National Technology Center for Ports, Waterways, and Coasts. We are helping almost every port in the country. In the area of physics, we work on strings, gravitation, cosmology, quantum science and technology, safety science and systems, sensing and mission, and many more. So these are some of the examples of the core competencies of IIT Madras. From the Atmanirbhar Bharat, where we are interested in developing, and we have been developing indigenous solutions. One of the some of the things that I could present here are the Shakti microprocessor, which is the first of its kind, RISC-V ISA. The reason we have made 3 chips, semiconductor microprocessors in this direction. One is the latest one is the Moshik, a very small embedded system. We have developed very much indigenous technologies on advanced methods for water purification, specifically removing certain hazardous material, including arsenic. We have also done quite a bit of work on the electric vehicles and home automation, etc. And we have many startups and a center for electric vehicles and battery technology at IIT Madras. We have been developing battery pack technologies for solar power distribution in homes. We have been instrumental in lighting up several homes in the rural parts where they did not have access to conventional sources of power. We have been working on drinking water quality disk kit, house construction using 3D printing technology, modular housing, which has been used very quickly to develop oxygen beds within a duration of around 3 to 5 days. We were able to augment the hospitals with extra oxygen beds, especially during the second wave. We have this wireless continuous multi-parameter patient monitoring devices. These are all indigenous developed kits, which are now in the production stage. We also developed a new configuration of batteries and a lot more on the Vigyan people. We have developed a NeoFly and NeoBulb, an extended wheelchair and a clip-on device to convert wheelchair into 3-wheel vehicle and portable manual standing vehicle chair. These are some of the reasons. We have been actively involved in patenting the last 5 years. These are the total patents we have filed and total patents that have been granted. Very active in the area of patenting and safeguarding the innovations of our country. A lot of technologies. I'm just put a full set here, but let me just give you a very quick brief. We have been involved in black water treatment, which is very important. With the AI world, we have been giving out several open source platforms. One of them is the Data Libre, where many startups are using it at very, very zero cost, almost zero cost. They're able to spawn a company, demonstrate a product using these technologies. And we also done a lot more on the electric vehicles and also on many issues related to cyber security, specifically on our compute platforms. We have been doing many things for the industry. For some things include the next generation precision grinder, a portable, and many things again for the Divyan people, portable electronic braille note taker devices, etc. Many of the technologies, specifically in the area of advanced manufacturing and the technology for the physically challenged, and also many of the civil engineering and the technologies that we have developed for the battery systems have been in production and has been having a significant impact, so both social and economic impact on the way of living and to our country. We have done quite a significant amount of contribution towards COVID-19. We have the Air OK technology, which has been providing an an Air OK technology, which has been providing N95 masks. We have been very early producers of face shield using 3D printing. We have used fiber reinforced plastic for specifically protecting pulmonologists, but to work very closely with the patients. And we have a startup company named FabHuts, which are ex-ISRO people. They are IIT alumni who have been involved in drones, aerospace, robotics, electronics, which have been very useful in developing certain COVID-related services that we could do without close physical contact. Then we also had Muse Consumex. It is a startup company which was developing smartwatches by which we could actually enforce isolation and also what we call as containment areas, where we can monitor the movement of COVID patients within the restricted domains that we had imposed on them. So these are some of the very important contributions for COVID surveillance and detection. Continuing further on the testing side, we had many innovations. Atmanirbhar Biotech and another project on COVID-19 testing lab were concentrating on trying to get affordable RT-PCR and also the RT-PCR that could be done within a short duration of time rather than 48 hours. So these were some of the techniques that had come up. We also proposed a sample COVID-19 testing lab with respect to biosafety requirements, etc. And we also had a very interesting project on alternate test protocols by pooling, by which we could increase the testing capacity to a larger level, at least 4-folds or 8-folds, scaling up testing capacity. And then we also had a very good results on using passive microwave radiometry to basically test the presence of COVID. COVID was a surprise to the world in the sense that it suddenly came and we had very less time to react. But whatever we have learned as a part of COVID can be useful in the unfortunate event of a similar thing coming up in the times to come. We also had a lot of sanitization related projects which were basically used for COVID surveillance. One was a project which was developing of a filter media which could filter particles up to 0.25 microns. We were looking at a waste management system which was very important for biosafe disposal of testing kits, etc. This basically used IoT. Antariksh Waste Ventures was involved in that. It used IoT technologies to warn people about how a waste bin is getting filled and how we need to empty it. And then a lot of technologies that were developed specifically from scalable touchless sanitizer dispensers. These are very early technologies that were developed here. And then we had certain things on water dispensing, including nozzles and water sievers, which was actually quite useful in COVID time, where we want to have touchless, sanitation facilities. Yet focus was involved in that. Green environment is again a company which was involved and which is involved in water, energy, and environmental management. We also had quite a significant amount of COVID-related things on the medical equipment side. The Padma Sita Technologies Private Limited was basically looking at battery-operated ventilators and humidifiers. while the Consumex, which was also involved in the smartwatches, were also involved in development of portable ventilators, what we call as the bag valve ventilators. Modulus was very useful during the second wave, where they pan India, they were in a position to quickly construct oxygen enabled rooms within a very short duration of around 72 hours. Signi is a startup which had very good solar DC power backup technologies, but actually in the case of infection in a very rural area where there is no continuous supply of electricity, this was very useful. And Planis is a technology which is basically involved in underwater robotics, was actually useful in developing multiple things to test quality of even septic tanks and other places, specifically from a COVID-19 detection perspective. So these were some of our very important contributions there. On the surveillance side, we had hands-free thermal scanner that could be used in the buildings. We had day and night surveillance using UAVs, and E-plane is a very novel technology which is world class today. The concept is already in place, which could be used basically for transportation of materials with very less human intervention. So these are some of the other surveillance related techniques which actually caught up much more attention at COVID times, and be sure that whatever development has made, specifically with the COVID-19 imposed constraints, would be very extremely useful for the days to come. On the treatment side, we had a novel first aid technique for treating COVID-19, and actually another company, Ubicare, was actually developed certain software modules specifically from a teleclinic and data-driven, doctor-driven application side, which essentially means that people can stay at home get quality treatment through the internet. So these are some of the interesting developments on the treatment side. IIT Madras is also actively involved with the Department of Science and Technology in its national mission on interdisciplinary cyber physical systems. We have opened up a Section 8 company, IITM Pravartak Technologies Foundation, with our focus on sensors, networking, actuators, control systems. Our vision is to have a plug-and-play development stack that could seamlessly integrate sensors, communication modes, and cloud-based interfaces to quickly realize a large-scale sensor-driven system. So we have 10 different areas, all spawning from non-destructive testing to smart grid-based distribution networks, which could be used for the ensuing digital era, which will be governed by cyber physical systems. So we are actively involved in medical technology, industrial IoT, smart manufacturing, next generation communication, especially 5G, 6G, secure compute and communication, and collaborative platforms. These are some of the very interesting primary and secondary application areas. We are looking at agriculture, where we are looking at doubling the farmer's income. We are looking at the Indian regenerative agriculture stack architecture, we call it RASA. And we are also involved in education, especially school education. We have a project called Asha Kanini, which basically uses soft sensing techniques to assess the quality of education that is being imparted at schools. We also have a good amount of industry funded and technology R&D projects, which are going to be part of this national mission, specifically on the health technology. And not just the ECG and the traditional oximeter that we are looking at, but a little more complex, like going through an eye screening device with not just cataract, but much more than that, and also something like electroscopy, a portable and disposable electroscopy type of things. Other contributions, we have been actively involved on the Utsav Aviskar Yojana, the impacting research, innovation, and technology schemes of Government of India. We have been conducting online courses. NPTEL has been our major contribution. We have around 1.4 crore plus students enrolled for the certification till date. And we have conducted exams in 250 plus cities. We are offering certifications since 2014. We have 1 billion views of NPTEL videos and 32 lakhs plus YouTube subscribers here. 2,300 plus unique subjects have been there, and 55,000 plus hours of videos with subtitles are already there in place. We are actually covering around 23 disciplines, and this is the achievement in the last 7-8 years. The other major contribution is we are offering for the first time in India and probably in Asia a large scale diploma and online degrees diploma in programming and data science. This could lead to a BSc degree from IIT Madras. We have around 9,000 plus students currently pursuing the diploma degree, and 14,000 plus new students have applied for this term. So, 8,000 plus is the actual strength of IIT. We actually doubled the strength by just introducing the single program, and we'll be introducing many such online programs in days to come. So this is what I had to present within the duration given to me. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I invite all of you, whenever the pandemic ends, to come over to IIT Madras for a physical meet. This is our new gate that we have opened. It's completely automated. And I take this opportunity again to thank the Tamil Nadu Science Council for this wonderful gesture in inviting us to be a part of this meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor, for your very elaborate and important presentation. We are very happy to have IIT with us. The next presenter is Dr. K. Subramanian, Director of Research and NABARD Chair, Tamil Nadu Agriculture University. Dr. Subramanian has 33 years of research and teaching experience, expertise in nanotechnology, agriculture, and soil biology. He is the founder head of Nanotechnology Center in TNAU, served as a convener of ICAR platform during 11th and 12th 5-year plan till 2017 in developing the research framework on nanotechnology in agriculture. He is a principal investigator for several national and international projects, and he has published funds over 30 crores, significantly contributed to the development of nanotechnology for food preservation, design and fabrication of nano-agri inputs, nano-based on-site production kits, has published over 220 research papers in the peer-reviewed journals, 6 books in nanotechnology, participated as a speaker in number of national and international conferences, has more than 14 awards to his credits, including Tamil Nadu Scientist Award, which is given by our council on behalf of Tamil Nadu government. He has 15 technologies developed and 2 patents to his credit. We are very happy to have you, sir. I'm handing over to you for your presentation. Thank you.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon to all of you. Thank you very much for the opportunity given to me. Dear Dr. Srinivasan, the member secretary, and others watching my presentation. And can I have my slides, please? Already I sent the slides. Do I have to share from my side, or you're doing it for me?
If you are able to share, you please share, sir, or otherwise we have to take it.
Okay, kindly share my slide from your side. There is some hiccup here. I'll just keep speaking because of the time constraint. And Tamil Nadu Agriculture University is one of the best universities in the country. There are about 77 state agriculture universities, and of which TNAU is considered as number 1, and we maintain in the range of 3 to 5. And the university, has a history of 150 years, and it started in the year 1867 in Saidapet in Chennai, and it was moved to Coimbatore in 1906. And now we are celebrating 50th year as a golden jubilee celebration. It is 2021 is the golden jubilee year. And the
Professor,
TNA, yes.
sorry to interrupt, Professor. Obviously, it seems we have not received the PPT from you, only the write-up was received. So kindly share from your side if possible, Professor.
Okay, I'll do that.
Thank you.
But anyhow, it is in the slide is there. You just to scoring, move on, sir.
Move on, please.
Anyhow, in the screen, one picture is there.
Okay. Okay. Now slides are visible, sir.
Slides are there. Yeah. Now.
Okay. Okay. And okay, sorry about that. And I was mentioning about the history of TNAU. It started in 1868 and moved to Coimbatore in 1906. And now we are celebrating the 50th year. And the core activities of the university includes teaching, research, and extension. And we have undergraduate, PG, and PhD programs in agriculture. And research, we have got research stations across the state, 39 research stations, 14 colleges. Recently, 3 colleges have been introduced. It becomes 17. And we are the people responsible for the food supply for the state. And our university is doing exceedingly well in terms of ranking. And there are several new programs that have been started in the past 3 years. It has grown up very fast from 33. Now we reached close to reaching the number 3 in the ranking. And our student performance is very good. We are taking about 3,500 students every year at different levels. Our student performance is doing exceedingly well, and the number of getting a junior research fellowship, and also the placement also very high. And we introduced grant mentorship workshop recently in order to increase the financial support available for the research. And as researchers, we know major part of the government funding goes for salary, and the research investment is very restricted. And after I became the director of research and introduced this concept of grant mentorship workshop. We conducted about for 9 completed and 10 about to be started. And with the help of that type of workshops, we could increase the financial support from 46 crore to 107 crore, and number of publications also increased accordingly. And this also helped the university to increase the the overall performance of the university, reaching to 83 now. This is one of the high ranking for the university. High ranking within agriculture universities in the country. There are 77 of them. And we have 3 important activities, as I mentioned. Research, the teaching, research, and extension are the 3 core activities. The research is very important for the university because we are the people responsible for the food basket of the state. And we have released so many varieties in the past 100 years. So the total varieties, crop varieties released is about 865 altogether. Those varieties responsible for the sustainable food production of the state. In fact, because of the food grain production and oilseed production pulses, we maintained very high. We received 5 Krishi Gurman Award from the Prime Minister of India. So we also do the horticulture crops. Again, there are several varieties have been released from horticulture crops as well. And one of the things that we are talking about self-reliance, and this is the way we help the farmers. We produce lots of the seeds. For the past 3 years, the seed production has been increased or triple as that of previous years. This helped the farmers to get improved varieties from TNAU. And this is one of the reasons why our production has maintained. And this is a picture indicates how exactly we helped the state of Tamil Nadu. In the past 10 years, because of the improved rice varieties, we increased the production by 1 ton per hectare, and millet by 1.5 tons per hectare, and pulses about 350 kilos. and oil seed about 1 ton again. So this directly helped the universities helping again maintaining the food grain production or oil seed production of the state. And this particular picture indicates at least 70% of the rice varieties that are cultivated by the farmers. It comes from Tamil Nadu Agriculture University. We feel proud of that. One of the varieties released by TNIU in 2016, 451, which is the national variety. At least 14 states adopted this particular variety. Recently, we released one variety called VGD, Vigyan 1 variety, which is a biryani rice, and people eat biryani. Most of the Talapakattu biryani or Dindigul biryani, they all made out of this particular rice variety. We know the climate change is very immense, and there are lots of challenges in agriculture. We have a biotechnology center which help on various specific trait breeding. So we have a therapeutic rice, and it's a very popular variety. It is about to be released in a year or two. And where this particular rice, you may be aware, the diabetic patient cannot eat rice. And we have a rice, it's called Kauni rice, which is a therapeutic rice, which has less glycemic index. So that type of variety we evolved. It is going to be released very soon. And because usually the glycemic index is a very important parameter, the diabetologist measure it. And we have this particular variety. We also have the varieties for heat tolerance, herbicide tolerant, fortified with micronutrients and high photosynthetic efficiency. Recently, we work with IRI, and where the photosynthetic efficiency of rice could be improved several fold by doing that. And in order to sustain the farm production, we introduced several allied activities, and we integrate the duck farming, sheep farming. Our crops are being nourished with so many boosters, and these are the development from TNIU. And we produce lots of crop boosters, micronutrient mixture, so that the crop productivity could be maintained. One of the points we need to know for the Tamil Nadu agriculture is that Tamil Nadu is one of the highly water-starving state next to Rajasthan. We never believe the availability of water in Tamil Nadu state is shrinking very fast. So as a result, we introduce a drip irrigation system, and that is expanding again drip irrigation system in the country. We are number one in terms of use of drip irrigation in agriculture. We also cultivate rice with the drip irrigation as well. By doing that, we will be able to reduce the amount of water required by rice. Usually 1 kg of rice, to produce 1 kg of rice, we need 5,000 liters of water. By doing drip irrigation, we'll be able to reduce to 2,000. So very important thing, Prime Minister often say that more crop per drop of water. So this is an approach we do. Our horticulturist, our Vice Chancellor in the picture, the horticulturist is working on high density planting. People are interested to have more crop per unit area. One such system is we call it high density planting, where we have a 1 lakh plant per many if you take mango, it's about 1,200 plants in 1 hectare of land. By doing that, we'll be able to manage the crop very effectively. And current situation is that labor availability is very restricted. We don't have people for any operations in agriculture. When the top area of the plant, its architecture of the plant is organized in such a way that we'll be able to use machine for harvest, and we also manage with the available human labor. And we also work with grafting technology, which is grafting technology is very popular in perennials, particularly fruit trees. Now we introduce such technology for vegetables so that continuously you will be able to harvest. Usually we would have seen eggplant, that's brinjal. It is harvested in 3 months, and now we have a technology to allow the brinjal to grow for 12 to 15 months so that a continuous harvest is possible. Recently, Tamil Nadu government has introduced a roof garden for which this technology should be very, very useful. And the Tamil Nadu state is being challenged with the 3 important pests, and the Tamil Nadu government is very particular about these important pests like fall armyworm in maize, coconut rugose whitefly in coconut, and cassava mealybug. All the 3 pests are very, very dangerous. They're causing havoc in agriculture, and we work on various technologies. We invest so much of research investment is done only to do that, to manage that. With the help of technology development in TNIU, we could, keep this pest at bay and get a better crop these days for the past 1 year. And the coconut rugose fly is another important pest, which also we manage with whatever we have got the technology in TNIU. And though India is considered as an agriculture country, we don't have people to work in the farm, and we are in need of as the Vice Chancellor of Anna University mentioned. So we can work together in terms of developing machineries for farm. So these are some of the operations we have developed. So many machineries, 200 machineries have been invented so far by TNIU. And one of the current need, because many technocrats as well scientists are watching me, our interest is to develop sensor-based irrigation, sensor-based farm implements, robotics in agriculture. So we are interested. In fact, the smart farming project is about to start in the state of Tamil Nadu. We are going to be partnering in that, and I am sure some of the engineer watching, it may be of great interest to us. And we also use solar energy for drying the farm produce, and we use it. We have developed a technology for coconut drying, chilies drying, and so on. So again, solar power is a very important non-conventional energy. Certainly, it has to be promoted. We have farms across the state, 39 farms altogether. We introduce solar energy for protecting the crop from animals. We use it for pumping water, and we use it for multi-purpose. So we have a college for developing lots of value-added products. So value-added products are very important in agriculture, because if you don't sell the produce in the right time, the value-added product is very, very important. We can improve the value for that commodity. Particularly if you take a tomato, when the price is going down, the farmers crush the tomato in the roads. Instead, they can go for a value addition. The value could be increased tremendously. As a nanotechnology researcher, as a founder here, I feel proud that we built a nanotechnology center in Agriculture University in the year 2010. And within 10 years of existence, we have several products that were developed, nano-based product. Our lab is also a referral laboratory for the country. And we developed the guidelines for nano products used in agriculture. I'm one of the committee member involved in that process. And some of the nano products which we developed from my project is fruit preservation. The mango, for fruit preservation, we developed a nano emulsion to preserve mango fruits on trees or in the storage condition by 2 to 3 weeks, so that the lucrative income is possible. You could see the difference between the fruits that are treated remains green for 3 weeks longer than the untreated ones. And we also developed a nano sticker, which is a very powerful technology. It's a patented technology. A small sticker will help to extend the shelf life by 2 to 3 weeks in a box of fruit. Again, the value addition is possible. The nano diagnostics, and we also collaborate with the SICRI in one of the NPK assessment project. And as a researcher, we have got these projects running in nanotechnology center, where we make an assessment of leaf moisture, nitrogen, and this kind of a paste and peel technology where residues can be detected, and ENOS technology to detect the quality of the seed instantly. And we also have a geoinformatics center with us, and the government of Tamil Nadu is very serious, very particular about this particular technology center, the help in terms of giving advice to the government what to be done, the spread of the disease or pest, or we developed recently a soil doctor, where this particular app will help you in detecting on-site NPK and all the nutrients constraints on the spot. It's a open app. Anybody can use it. It is there in the Play Store. If you download this soil doctor, it has a huge database, and we will know what it is. And we also do the soil mapping, methane emission in the state, and we have a center which helps in this particular process. And we also started using drones in agriculture. We don't have labor in agriculture. We started using The drones are very efficient. When within 2 minutes, you will be able to cover 1 acre of land. We use drones for several purposes. We use it for application of inputs like herbicide, pesticide, and nutrients, biofertilizer, and so on. And we use it for monitoring the impact caused by cyclone. One of the success story in TNAU is that in Kaja cyclone, when it happened in 2018 November, within 2 or 3 days time, we could make an assessment how many farms have been affected, and we advise the government how the farmers could be compensated. We have a dedicated college for Forest College and Research Institute, Metupalayam, where we have assemblage of forestry species. This is one of the beautiful center, and I asked the Forest College to develop a therapeutic forest so that the COVID patient, particularly, when they struggle to get oxygen cylinder and so on, so they can simply have a 1 hour walk in the middle of the forest. They will get all the oxygen. One such plant is the Bima bamboo, which is fast growing plants on earth, and they generate oxygen as much as a patient would like to have. So we have, as the Vice Chancellor of Anna University mentioned, unless science is utilized by the society, the science becomes irrelevant. So we have a agri-business directorate where we commercialize the technology. Whatever I mentioned, the technology is being commercialized. We make sure that the technology developed by TNAU is used by the people of the state. And the final word from me, we have lots of outreach activities. We have a dedicated Director of Extension Education. We have 14 KVKs, Krishi Vigyan Kendras, spread across the state. We also have equal number of private KVKs. And this is a way we help how the people can take benefit from the university. And we have Valaruvelanmai magazine, which is the comprehensive information to the Tamil readers. We have YouTube channels. YouTubes are very popular. All the technology is being spread. We have FM radio. We have one portal where all the agriculture information is spread, and 6 lakh pages are there, and 6 lakh farmers every year they are benefited from the TNAU. So my final note, because there was an information how a research organization helped to COVID-19. We helped in many ways. I just put only one slide to show how we benefited when there was a crisis. So first we helped in terms of the viral medium, extracting medium was a shortage. We developed that medium, though we are not medicos. We helped the medicos like CMC, Coimbatore Medical College, and ESI. We helped developing the buffer for extraction. We also spared RT-PCR from here. We developed a sanitizer. There's a plant-derived compounds are being utilized for keeping the hands free from the virus. And we also developed a multi-layered mask. Of course, it is in the DST is considering. And we, as a crop, we deal with agriculture and horticulture. We have decided, we developed 2 or 3 immuno boosters, which is made of fruit and vegetable juices, which can help the people to sustain or cope with the COVID situation. We also, our university has opened up mass vaccination. I think most of university staff and the wards of university have got vaccinated, both 2 doses of vaccination. We have a community science college in Madurai, and they developed a medical textiles. So aprons are fortified with some of the extract from the medicinal plants like tulsi and cinchona, and so many plant species which have antimicrobial property. We put it. I think we have tested in Citra, which is a testing center for medical textiles, which is very successful. We opened up the hostels for the use by the patient when they were plenty in the second wave. We opened up all the hostels, student hostels. One such thing we have done it in Madurai, where the hostels are converted into beds to accommodate the overwhelming patient. So finally, as a food provided to the state, and we decided the menu, what to be eaten, what type of coffee they have to drink, what the breakfast, what is the juice they have to take at 11 o'clock, lunch. We developed a menu for COVID patient, and that has been adopted by the state of Tamil Nadu. That is what we circulated across the hospitals in the state, and that is one of the help we rendered to the COVID situation. So thank you very much for the opportunity given. And if you have any queries, I think the details are given in my last slide. You can pose any number of questions. And my open call to all the vice chancellors, the directors, and deans, and so on. And the TNAU is quite flexible and open up its research avenue. Anybody wish to have collaboration with us, our doors are open. As a director of research, I promote this activity and help the people of the state. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your crisp presentation. Our next presenter is Dr. N. Nishat Fatima, Senior Principal Scientist from CLRA. She is a recipient of that fellowship. Her work focused on protein assemblies and made significant contribution on the use of ionic liquids in stabilization and destabilization process of collagen. Biophysical studies on collagen led to development of biomaterials and value-added materials from proteinous wastes. And she has been awarded with a lot of awards, including INSA Medal for Young Scientist, INAE Young Engineer Award, IEI Young Engineers Award, SERB Women Excellence Award, Noidama Young Scientist Award, Fellow of Madras Science Foundation, INSA DFT Visiting Scientist Fellowship, Tamil Nadu Young Scientist Award from our government. Nishat Fatima has been the principal investigator for several projects, including several funded by several agencies, including CSCR, DST, SCRB, DBT, INSA. She has more than 110 research papers published in international journals, 6 book chapters she has contributed, 3 patents, and 1 US patent is her credit. Visited several countries. Now it is my pleasure to invite Dr. N. Nishat Fatima to make a presentation on CLRA.
Thank you, Professor Ramswamy, for those kind words of introduction. We heard a lot about food now. I'm sure many of us are hungry at 1:30. So I would like to keep it very short and project the highlights of our institute. Well, I'm here to present to you about CSIR Central Leather Research Institute. Way back in 1934, Mahatma Gandhiji said an estimated 9 crore rupees worth of raw hides is being exported from India, and much of it is returned back in the form of some manufactured articles. So this leads to an intellectual drain. Having said that, let us now look at the genesis of this laboratory or this national laboratory or institute. This is linked to the genesis of introduction of tanning to India. In fact, in 1857, the modern tanning was introduced to India, and the first harness and saddlery factory was set up in Kanpur. In 1895, the chrome tanning was introduced to the world, and within 7 years, it reached Chennai. In fact, many of you who are living in Chennai will recognize a place called as Chrome Pet. It got its name because the first chrome tanning unit in our country was set up there. And you would realize here that in 1945, we started a BTech leather technology program. It was then with the University of Madras, which later got into the Anna University when it got formed in 1978. Now you could realize that this institute was set up in 1948, but we had a leather technology program much earlier, that is 3 years even before. So right from its setup, this has had a strong partnership and relationship with academy. Why? Because it was actually our A.L. Mudaliar, Dr. A.L. Mudaliar, who proposed to the government that they set up a research institute exclusively for leather and started the leather technology program, BTech program in AC College of Technology. So right from there, we have a beautiful partnership with Anna University, then Madras University, and now presently Anna University. And this has resulted in about literally 60% of the manpower in the leather industry today is from this course from Anna University. So we have had a very eventful journey right from the inception of 1948 till date. We have held the leather industry in several aspects, and in fact, it was that relationship which we had with the industry, the research academy and industry model, the Trinity model, which CLRA set in literally is something which all the institutes want to emulate. So I would present to you a few anecdotes as we go around. You could see here from this slide that we have had patronage right from the inception, like 1948 when we were formed. Right from then, from our first prime minister to we have had several prime ministers visiting us, presidents visiting us, chief ministers, and you could then realize how important this institute has been in the national map. And one would think that, okay, you have an institute for leather research, so, you're doing leather research only. No, in fact, leather itself is truly an interdisciplinary material. It's a biological material, and we use a lot of chemistry to stabilize it, and it needs a lot of engineering aspects to go into making this leather. So this is truly an interdisciplinary product. And if you go to our website, you'll see that we have hardcore departments for biological sciences, for chemical sciences, for engineering sciences, for HR, which is, as I said, our biggest strength. And that is why we have had not only stalwarts, VIPs visiting us, we have also had Nobel laureates visiting us, because our collagen research, because that is the main leather making protein, is related to not only leather per se, it is also for wound healing and other such applications. So we have had several Nobel laureates visiting us. You could see here Linus Pauling, Chandrasekhar, Dr. Watson, the double helix man, and Dr. Dorothy Hodgkins. So, I mean, this even to the present day Nobel laureates like Venki Ramakrishnan and so on. So what I'm trying to tell here is, though our mandate is focused on leather, we have had excelled ourselves in other sciences as well, and we have made a name for ourselves in those places. Now let us look at the leather industry. Just to tell you that usually leather industry is located in pockets. We call it as clusters. You could see here that there's a large cluster in Tamil Nadu, in West Bengal, in Punjab, and in Gujarat. And in these places, we have our regional centers as well. CLRI's regional centers are there spread out in other 4 locations. And to tell you the strength of this industry, in fact, the very strength is from the raw material base. We are the largest owners of buffaloes. In fact, 58% of the world buffalo population is in India, and we are the largest in cattle as well, both the cows and the male version of it. So the raw material base itself is our biggest advantage, and we have technology backup to convert this raw material into a value-added product, namely the leather. And we have skilled manpower. Just to give you a flavor of it, this industry comes under the MSME sector, and we have about 15.68 billion as the market for this leather, and of which, in fact, 12 billion USD is the domestic market itself. We are the second largest manufacturer of footwear, next only to China. And when I said we have the raw material base, the raw material gets converted into leather, and there is about 5 times value addition to it. And because of which, we are the second largest exporter of leather garments, third largest exporter of saddlery harness, and 4th largest exporter of leather goods. So for this large industry, it was with the vision of these people that, the Central Leather Research Institute was created, because they wanted to transform the leather industry into one which is technology and innovation driven. I'll not get into the mandate of CLRA and the mission, but just to tell you that when our member secretary, Sri Srinivasan, was talking, he said every research should be towards the attainment of the sustainable development goals of the UN. I would like to highlight precisely here the CLRA's role in enabling leather industry to achieve the sustainable development goals. Now, if you look at the first and the second goal, no poverty and zero hunger, how did CLRA achieve this through the leather industry? Well, leather sector is one of the most labor intensive sector, and we have created about 4.4 million jobs. And, we have given skill right from a 10th standard to the PhD. We have different streams where we give skills at different levels. And in fact, we not only do it only for India, we have reached out to the world, and to be very specific, to one of the developing countries or underdeveloped countries, namely the African countries, the Ethiopia, Kenya, Rwanda, South Africa, we have made a mark in the leather value chain of these countries as well. If you look at the good health and well-being as one of the sustainable goals, you would think, what would a leather industry do with respect to healthcare? Well, let me tell you, our research on collagen has led to development of several products which have been marketed by several companies. They have the collagen based products for wound healing applications, for drug delivery applications, and so on and so forth. Not only that, we design footwear which is specific for, let's say, a diabetic foot. See, I don't know, many of you may realize that, for diabetic patients, the, amputation of foot is one of the major problems. And we design a footwear which will enable them to have a comfortable walk. And not only that, we have a state-of-the-art gait analysis facility. Basically, what this does is, if there is a foot deformation based on your gait, we can recommend to you what kind of footwear you should go, and it has medical and healthcare applications. And I said, even before the institute was established, it was Sir A.L. Mudaliar who said, we should start a BTech program in the AC College of Technology. So we have had a very close interaction and connection. We are all the honorary faculty of Anna University. The Department of Leather Technology of Anna University is housed in CLRI. So to that extent, we are well connected. And the Trinity model of he is Dr. Naidamma, the director of CLRI. This is Dr. G.S. Ladda. He was the dean of AC College at that point. And this is Nagappa Chettiar. He is the stalwart of the leather industry. So this Trinity model is something which, as I said earlier, is being imitated by many other institutes. And when it comes to gender equality as one of the sustainable goals, in fact, in this number of 30% is the overall picture. If you take the footwear units alone, 95% of employment of a number of employees, if you take in a footwear unit, it is comprised of women. When a woman goes to work, the family automatically enriches. So, we have made a societal impact by impacting the women in this process. And if you look at the industry innovation infrastructure goal, we have done a paradigm shift from a chemical-based to a bio-based processing. We have had a lot of waste-to-wealth technologies. And when you talk about leather, it's a fashion product. In fact, I would like to mention here that in 1994, we just had one color. There is a color card which the module up. This is an organization which comes out every year with a color card. You say this is the color of the year. So they come out with the color shade cards saying that this is how the fashion will progress for this year, for summers and fall and so on. And from one color in 1994 to about even having 70% of the colors from India, we have come a way forward in this. And when you talk about interventions in skill development, we have worked very closely with NCST and given skill development to several people across the country. I mean, this figure shows you, how many numbers have been impacted in different parts of the country. And as I said, we are also moving towards responsible consumption. Like one of our recent technologies, the waterless chrome tanning technology, which was dedicated by the President of India also, it talks about doing leather processing. Of course, leather processing is water intensive. But now we have developed a technology wherein we can carry out chrome tanning process without adding any external water. So it's called as waterless chrome tanning technology, and it has had pan-India acceptance, and we are talking about going global now. So just to give you a few case studies, like, what is the impact of this on the society? Like if you take the story of this Kolhapuri has been there, for ages, but, they didn't have this so-called standardization. So because it was all handmade, so there was no standardization. So CLRI intervened, gave them training as to how to have the quality control in that. And lo and behold, we today have Kolhapuri as a brand name, and it's an internationally recognized brand. And these pictures say you all. And not only for the Kolhapuri as a segment, our impact in Gujarat, like we worked with the leather cooperatives there, and we have been able to alleviate the poverty, and these guys receive training every now and then, and they have this self-help groups which helps them to provide a livelihood. And Northeast is generally considered as one of the areas where not much is being done technology wise, but no, we went there, and what we did was we inculcated whatever their local ethnicity is. Like for instance, if you look at this, these are the traditional headbands, which are worn there, and the traditional dresses. We inculcated this traditional materials into leather and made products. So naturally, the local flavor also comes in, and it makes a unique mark as well. If you look at this product, like the peacock feathers. So, and very recently, in fact, a couple of months back, we went to Ladakh under the CSA Ladakh Initiative Program, and you should see the kind of welcome we got there, because there the youth want to do something. So we developed, we went there and made a entrepreneurship development program. Many people were interested in starting up of leather products development, and we went both to Leh as well as to Kargil, and CLRA started a hands-on training program to the locals there to train them in making small, leather goods like the handbags, the pouches, and so on and so forth. And when you come back to Tamil Nadu, we are housed in Tamil Nadu. So what have you done to Tamil Nadu? Well, out of some about 1,700 tanneries in this country, about 700 tanneries are located in Tamil Nadu. In fact, they contributed to very recently, about 60 to 70% of the leather production. So in 1996, what happened was about 400 tanneries were closed because of a Supreme Court order, because they were polluting. And it was CLRA's intervention with a basket of technologies, which we called as Do Ecology Solutions, that those tanneries reopened and the employment was saved. See, it is not just the tannery owner who will be at loss. There are so many lakhs of people who are working in the tannery. So their livelihood is also dependent on that. So that is how CLRA enabled the leather industry in Tamil Nadu. And we were the first to implement in the whole world the zero liquid discharge concept. In fact, the reverse osmosis plants and the solar water evaporator you could see here, these are all in vogue in practice, and nothing gets out of a tannery from Tamil Nadu. And very recently, we had Shri Nitin Gadkari ji in February inaugurating a 1 MLD zero liquid discharge system. In fact, we were talking about going from zero liquid to zero waste. That is even addressing the solid waste which comes out of this industry. Now, to tell you what did we do with COVID? One would, when you looked at whatever I presented, it was for the leather industry. And I also said that we do a lot of work on basic sciences as well, especially the biological and the chemical sciences. So you must be wondering, what has CLRA got to do with COVID? Well, lo and behold, we set up a COVID testing lab right in the pandemic. Like in May 2020, we set up a fantastic facility to test the COVID, and we have till date, in fact, this number is 1 week old, about 60,000 samples have been tested till date. So we enabled Tamil Nadu in testing facilities apart from other facilities which they had. And we also, being a lab which has chemicals, access to chemicals, we developed 3,000 liters of hand sanitizers and gifted it to the Chennai Corporation. And with respect to research, we started looking at different molecules which can be as a drug to reduce this COVID. So these are a few things which we did for COVID. Now coming to the Eco Campus, well, right from the deers to birds, the flora and fauna of CLRA is fantastic. In fact, Dr. Kalichelvi in her presentation, she said, we have from pre-KG to, you can join as a scientist, Shishu to scientist. Yes, similar ecosystem exists in CLRA as well. We have a beautiful campus where we have a pre-KG primary school, and then we have a Kendra Vidyalaya. And of course, our partnership with Anna University results in a BTech MTech degree in leather technology, which is feasible from CLRA. And then we go on to do a PhD under ACSR or University of Madras. and then you have a chance of becoming a scientist here. So we have a similar ecosystem here. And those who know Chennai will know that we are right in the heart of the city, the Adayar. We are flanked by Anna University on one side, we have IIT on the other, and the Tamil Nadu State Council is right behind us. And but still, you know, though we are in the so-called heart of the Chennai city, we are still hustled in midst of nature, as you can see from this picture. And welcome to the campus. I would extend this on behalf of the director. And I started with what Mahatma Gandhiji felt about leather, about the raw hides and skins being wasted. And this is what we have done. The dream of his has come true. So be the change what you want to see in the world is what we have impacted. Doing better today than yesterday forever has been our motto. This was given to us by the first Prime Minister of this country, and we continue to do that. Thank you very much. Vazhga Tamil, Valarga Tamilagam. Jai Hind.
Thank you, madam, for your very interesting and elaborate presentation on CLRI and its activities and contribution for nation building, particularly for the women's section. Thank you very much. We have next speaker, Dr. K. Vigyan, Director of Research from Tanvas. She is a professor and head Bioinformatics Center, formerly in Madras Veterinary College, before appointment as the Director of Research. Guided 6 PhD scholars and then 6 MBSc and 1 MTech and 1 MPhil student. Operated several projects as a principal investigator and 21 projects as co-investigator. She was also a professor and head for animal biotechnology, obtained NABL accreditation for rabies diagnostic laboratory, established a human microbiology laboratory and nanotechnology facility at the Department of Animal Biotechnology. She has published 186 research papers, including 16 publications in journals. She is also a recipient of Tamil Nadu Scientist Award for the year 1994 to 95 and Tamil Nadu Women Scientist Award for the year 1999. He has visited several countries. Now it is my pleasure to invite Professor Dr. K. Vigyan.
Our presentation.
Madam, over to you.
So thank you for the introduction, sir. Slides.
View தெரியுதா கேட்டுக்கோங்க. Okay.
Yes, madam, your slide is visible. Please
Yes.
go ahead, madam.
Yes, sir. So Tamil Nadu Veterinary and Animal Sciences was established in the year 1989.
நீங்க அவங்க பாப்பாங்க உங்களுக்கு தெரியும். நீங்க சொல்லுங்க. ஆடியோ விஷுவல் தெரியுதா கேட்டு.
So in 1903, this college was Madras Veterinary College was established, and in 1974, the college was affiliated to the Tamil Nadu Agricultural University (TNAU), and it became a constituent unit of TNAU. A second veterinary college was started in Namakkal in the year 1985. And in the year 2012 to 13, 2 new veterinary colleges were started.
Slide தெரியுதா மட்டும் கேட்டு.
So can you see the slide, sir? Sir, am I audible, sir? So in the year 2012 to 13, 2 new veterinary colleges.
Sharing.
Two new veterinary college and research institute were started, one at Tirunelveli and one at Vattanadu in Tanjavur district. And in the year 2020-21, 3 more veterinary college and research institute were started at Salem, Udumalpet and Chennai. So these are the mandate of the university to impart education in different branches of veterinary and animal sciences as the university may determine, to further the advancement of learning and prosecution of research in veterinary and animal sciences, to undertake extension of such sciences to the rural people in cooperation with the government departments. So we have 9 academic institutions, Madras Veterinary College at Chennai, Veterinary College and Research Institutes at Namakkal, Tirunelveli, Vattanadu, Salem, Theni, and Udmalpet. We have College of Food and Dairy Technology located at Koduvally and College of Poultry Production and Management at Hosur. So we have specialized research laboratories, 15 laboratories we have, research laboratories. So Central University Laboratory located at Madhuram, Colony, Chennai. We have vaccine research centers for viral vaccines and bacterial vaccines located at Madhuram. Vaccine Research Center, Bacterial Vaccine Center, Madhuram, Colony, Chennai. Zoonosis Research Laboratory, Madhuram. Centralized Clinical Laboratory, Pharmacovigilance Laboratory, Translational Research Platform for Veterinary Biologicals, Laboratory Animal Medicine Unit, Poultry Disease Diagnosis Unit, Avian Disease Laboratory, Animal Feed Analytical and Quality Assurance Laboratory, and we have VIEW TDC at Madurai. And we also have Center for Stem Cell Research and Regenerative Medicine at MEC. We have Biosafety 3 laboratory facility. We also have Centralized Instrumentation Laboratory at Chennai. So we have 12 research farms, university research farms located at Kattupakam, Mecheri Research Station at Salem, Sheep Breeding and Research Station Nilgiris, Sandinalla, Poultry Research Station at Madhuram Colony, and Livestock Farm Complex at Chennai, Regional Research and Educational Center at Pudukkottai, Institute of Animal Nutrition, Central Feed Technology Unit. We have cattle research stations at Bargur, Kangayam, Bargur Research Station at Erode, Kangayam Center at Erode, Pulikulam and Alambadi Research Centers. So we have university extension centers. We have totally 20 VU TSs in different places of Tamil Nadu. So we have 3 farmers training centers, and we also have 4 Krishi Vigyan Kendras. So coming to education, we offer quality education in the disciplines of veterinary and animal sciences university, in animal sciences and food sciences. So we have a Bachelor of Veterinary Science and Animal Husbandry, Bachelor degree in Technology, BTech in Food Technology, BTech in Poultry Technology, BTech in Dairy Technology, and we offer Master's degree in 22 disciplines. And we have a Master degree in Technology 4 disciplines, a Master of Science in Biotechnology, Doctor of Philosophy we have in Veterinary Science for 21 disciplines, and Doctor of Philosophy Biotechnology, Doctor of Philosophy Food Technology, and postgraduate diploma courses. On regular mode, we have 6 disciplines, and postgraduate diploma in distance mode, 17 courses. So coming to research, we have a strong research base to carry out research areas like animal health, production, clinics, and extension. So total of 164 research projects to the tune of 50.948 lakhs. And we get funding from ICR, Department of Biotechnology, New Delhi, Department of Science and Technology, Department of Animal Husbandry, Dairying and Fisheries, New Delhi, NABARD, ICMR, Ministry of Oils, AICT, New Delhi, and the Government of Tamil Nadu schemes, government agencies, Tamil Nadu, and other international agencies. So we have conservation centers for conservation of native breeds. We have conservation center for Bargur, cattle, Kangayam, Pulikulam, and Alambadi. Sheep breeding centers at for Madras Red, Mecheri, Nilgiris, Tilak Ramnath White, Kachakati Black, and Trichy Black. So we have conservation centers for native breeds of goats also, Kanniyadu, Vadiyadu, and Salem Black, and for dogs, Rajapalyam and Kanni, native chicken, Peruvidae and Ceruvidae. So we have registered new breeds with National Bureau of Animal and Genetic Resources for goat breeds, Kodiyadu, Salem Black, Bargur Buffalo, and Travadu sheep. So we have signed 88 MOUs with various international and national agencies. So technologies developed, we have vaccines, we have developed vaccines, 16 numbers, and diagnostics 21, animal husbandry related equipments 35, and we also have value added products 12. We have new breeds and strains registered 15. So we have totally patent filed 37 numbers, but we have obtained patents obtained 13, and we also have one copyright obtained. So we have got NABL accreditation for 4 laboratories: animal feed and analytical laboratory, pharmacovigilance laboratory, a translational research platform for veterinary biologicals for screening brucellosis and trichomonas. And we also have NABL accredited lab for testing rabies. Commercialization, Danovas have commercialized 27 technologies through various industries. So we have Biosafety Laboratory 3, which has been established with funding from Tamil Nadu government. So using this facility, we can handle class risk category 3 pathogens of livestock and poultry. So we have anthrax testing facility, diagnosis of lumpy spleen, and we also have signed MOU with Dr. MGR Medical University to work on COVID. So laboratory facilities for interdisciplinary collaboration with government and private sectors. And this facility is extended for researchers, entrepreneurs to do research on highly hazardous microorganisms. So this facility also have for doing small animal experiments facility. We also have Veterinary Incubation Foundation under Companies Act 8 to nurture startups and entrepreneurs in the area of veterinary, animal sciences, and allied sectors. So totally we have 22 incubators. So residential incubators 12 and virtual incubators 10. We have a translational research platform for veterinary biologicals. This project is with collaboration with DBT New Delhi. So this lab has NABL accreditation lab for testing 2 diseases, brucellosis and trichomonas. And DRPVP has developed 23 products and technologies. So these are the products which were commercialized through DRPVP. So we also have extension programs. So the university outreach activities are focused on empowering farmers, farm women, rural youth, school dropouts, and self-help groups through capacity building programs, frontline demonstration, and on-farm trials. So during the year 2021, so we have conducted 1,172 trainings, 118 exposure visit, and 125,000 advisory services. So these are the services through print media. So we also have e-extension services. So we also have distance education, skill development, and self-employment courses. So distance mode certificate courses, we offer 17 courses, and we offer 15 skill development courses, and we also offer self-employment courses. So we have very good clinical services facility. A total of 1,94,464 animals were treated as outpatient cases during the year 2021. Referral facilities with ultrasonography, endoscopy, and electro ECG, orthopedics, hemodialysis, ophthalmology, dermatology, canine blood bank are also available. CT scan facilities are available in Madras Veterinary College and Veterinary College and Research Institute, Namakkal. So we have very good diagnostic facility. So we offer diagnostic facility for leptospirosis, for detection of leptospirosis, and screening of anthrax, screening of rabies. Poultry disease diagnostic and surveillance laboratory at Namakkal is permitted to test and issue results of poultry samples for avian influenza. And for checking toxins in feed and feed samples, We have pharmacovigilance lab at Madhavaram, and toxins and proximate analysis of feed and feed samples are done at Animal Feed Analytical and Quality Assurance Lab, Namakkal. Contribution towards surveillance, detection, treatment, and management of COVID-19. An MOU was signed with Dr. MGR Medical University to work coherently during COVID-19. 13 project proposals were submitted to various funding agencies. RT-PCR equipment of the university were lent to public health departments to screen COVID infection. So we offer six postgraduate diploma courses in regular mode and 17 postgraduate diploma courses in distance mode. And we also offer 15 skill development courses and 10 self-improvement courses. Thank you, sir. Sir, thank you, sir.
Thank you for your nice presentation. We thank you very much for your kind participation on behalf of Tamil Nadu Veterinary and Animal Sciences University. Our next speaker is Dr. Vigyan Ravichandran, Scientist G from National Institute of Ocean Technology. Dr. Vigyan Ravichandran is working in Coastal and Environmental Engineering Division of NIOT under the Ministry of Earth Sciences. Hands-on experience about 25 years in ocean-related civil and environmental engineering, handling 100 projects in coastal infrastructure development, demonstrated and executed project for beach restoration at Kadalur fishing villages near Kalpakkam for the first time in India. Presently working on sustainable opening of Poovam River and Endur Creek for flushing. He is a member of many committees, including Expert Appraisal Committee, Nuclear Defense and Related Projects, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. Coordinated first-time development and deployment of suction and pile in offshore waters in India. Carried out environmental impact assessment for marine infrastructure projects, over 60 projects, several publications in national and international conferences and journals. It's a pleasure to invite Dr. Vigyan Ravichandran to speak about her institute.
Thank you very much, sir, for that introduction. NIOT is a relatively young institute when compared to all the stalwarts who spoke before me. We are just 28 years old, and we are part of. So we are an autonomous institute under the Ministry of Earth Sciences, Government of India, and we are a technical arm. We are more of a technology demonstration institute, and with the current UN declaration of the decade 21 to 30 as the sustainable development in ocean science, NIOT is making significant contribution to the blue economy and is actively participating in renewable energy from oceans, resource utilization, and includes coastal protection, where we have restored beaches. We have demonstrated our capabilities. We are located in Pallikarnai in a 50-acre campus. We are in the marshland actually. And we have another. Sir, are you able to hear me?
Yes, madam, please proceed.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So we have another laboratory in Andaman in Port Blair, Atal Center for Coastal Ocean and Science and Technology in the islands. And in NIOT Chennai, we have several laboratories also for our prototype testing. We have a mining machine which can go up to 6,000 meter water depth, and most of the assembly and integration happens here. We have a laboratory for that. Then we are into deployment of buoys for tsunami detection as well as for monitoring the climate. In fact, we supply data to IMD for their modeling and for their predictions. And we are the one who collect data on tsunamis, and which is disseminated through our sister organization in Hyderabad. It is called INCOIS. And then we are into the deep ocean mission of the Government of India. We recently got a project, and under that we are developing an underwater unmanned vehicle, Samudrayan. So we have developed underwater unmanned vehicle. We are also going to send a man into the sea to about 6,000 meter water depths, and that is called Samudrayan. Then we have other facilities like hyperbaric test facilities, because in ocean, the main problem is the pressure underwater, and we go up to 6,000 meter waters. So the 600 bar pressure, we check our components for that pressure. So we have a hyperbaric test facility, and we are also into ocean acoustics. So we have a acoustic testing laboratory, and of course we have a water quality laboratory, because we get into environmental monitoring also of the coastal areas. And we have a marine biotechnology laboratory, where we have isolated several deep water microbes for several uses. And then we have a facility for conducting low temperature thermal desalination tests and ocean thermal energy conversion test, which is operational in NIOT. So the mandate and mission is not, the director is the head, and we all report to him, and he reports to the Ministry of Earth Sciences. This is to put our activities in a nutshell. We have classified it into four segments. The one is for technology development for resources, the resources from the oceans. It is energy from the oceans and fresh water through desalination. And then we have a mineral exploration. We have the deep sea mining, where we carry out programs for mining, demonstration of mining of nodules, manganese nodules, polymetallic. Most of them are very like nickel and all that. And then we have a study on gas hydrates. Gas hydrates are all this submerged or subsea bed methane crusts that are formed, and they can solve the energy problem in a long way. And of course, it is in the initial stage, infant stages of its research. And then we have structures in the ocean for desalination. We have developed our own technology for desalination. It is called low temperature thermal desalination. And then we have the niche technologies, which is very, very particular to NIOT. We have the underwater vehicles. We have manned, and we are developing the manned, and we have unmanned underwater vehicles, which has already been tested in several areas, including the Antarctic. And then we have sensor development for marine areas, and we are into acoustics recording for the oceans. And then we have electronics developed for the ocean related measurements. Then we have our own infrastructure to carry out all these work. We have our vessels. We have about 4 ships. One is an ice class vessel, which can travel up to the Antarctica. And then we have coastal research vessels, which can operate along the coast of India. And then we are into developing a facility at seafront for prototype testing, and that is in Nellore, Andhra Pradesh. He just got into the acquisition and got the land. And now, as far as services to society, we have the ocean observation network, that is the BOY network, which helps in tsunami and weather monitoring. Then we have a HF radar network along the country, where the ocean currents are monitored. We have a coastal engineering division and coastal processes division, where we get into the coastal processes about why a beach is lost, why it is eroding, and we get into the socially relevant projects like we are into the modeling, and we are into the design for the sustainable opening of the Kuvam mouth, the Adair mouth, and Ennur estuary. And then we have demonstrated a couple of projects, one at Puducherry and another at Kadalur fishing villages, right next to Kalpakkam, where the lost beach was restored through our techniques, and we have done the complete field demonstration. And then we have for islands, we have a ocean science and technology, which is a marine biotechnology group, and we are into open sea cage culture, where the fishes are rare. The techniques are being developed by us. Then we also conduct bathymetry surveys along the east coast, along the entire EEZ areas. So to put this in a nutshell, the energy and fresh water is we are into developing creating a LTTD plant. LTTD is mainly like mimicking the rain, how the evaporation happens and how the water vapors condense and come back to us as rain. It is almost mimicking that process. So the recovery is generally slow. We use the ocean thermal energy gradient. The top layers are always about 27 to 30 degrees centigrade, and the bottom layers, when we go to very deep depths, they are about 7 degrees. So the difference in the thermal gradient in the oceans are being used for this evaporation. You take the hot water and to a low temperature, to a low pressure, under pressure you vaporize them and use the cold water from the deeper depths for condensing them. The recovery is about 2 to 3%, but it is environmentally sustainable because you are not creating a very high brine discharge into the environment. And this suits many of the islands, the Lakshadweep and Lakshadweep islands, where you get the deep depths very near to the shore. About 1,000-meter water depths are very near, available very near. So we are already established about 3 plants in Lakshadweep Islands using this technique, and it is supplying about 1 lakh liter per day to the island community. We are also in the process of establishing 6 more plants. They are almost nearing completion. And then we are also going to demonstrate a thermal powered plant, creating a ocean thermal energy conversion there, and then using the same energy for desalination. So we are in the process of demonstrating this. See, this thermal gradient is not though in the mainland it is difficult. We see that power plants discharge at a very high. When they send out their water, cooling water, the water that cools their systems, it is generally 7 degrees in excess of the atmosphere. So what we are trying to do is to use this differential in temperature and create a boiler quality water, and we are going to demonstrate this at Tuticorin thermal power station, and we are almost done with the process, and we have demonstrated it at the lab scale, and we are in the process of establishing it at Tuticorin thermal power station. Then we have developed an integrated mining system which can harvest polymetallic nodules and at 6,000 meters, like it is almost 6 kilometers below water. And we have demonstrated it recently. We have the machine has reached that depth, and it has moved underwater on the seabed. And then we are also into the gas hydrates, as I told you. Then we are into developing platforms for offshore applications like wind energy. When we go for wind energy, we need the substructure. We are into developing such platforms. Then we are also into developing a spear for sending a man underwater. And then we are developing subsea bed imaging technology, where you know what is under the seabed, and we can also scan the seabed, so we can find out buried objects like shipwrecks, or even we can find out what is the subsea bed profile and all that. Then this acoustics helps in climate change analysis, where you install the systems for acoustic monitoring. You can listen to the ice breaking, the movement of ships, the pile driving, noise transmission, because these also impact the marine life, as well as it can be used for monitoring. Then we are developing a deep sea autonomous underwater profiling drifter, which can measure the salinity gradients, and conductivity in seawater. As I told you, the ocean observation network, we have established several of them in the Bay of Bengal and the Arabian Sea, and it is an online real-time data transmission operating 24 hours by 365 days, and the data goes into prediction of weather, extreme events, cyclones and tsunamis. So this data is transmitted online to INCOIS in Hyderabad for issuing warnings for tsunamis, or it also goes to IMD for modeling of the weather and helps in weather prediction. And then we have coastal infrastructure where we are into designing environmentally sustainable structures for coastal protection. We are into research of what has gone wrong with our coastlines because of the various structures that are being built, like the Chennai Harbour, which has resulted in Marina Beach to the south and which has resulted in large scale erosion to the north. If people who are familiar to Chennai know that to the north of Marina, there is so much erosion. About 30 meters of the area in Royapuram has gone underwater. So all these are problems due to marine infrastructure development. So we are into finding out alternate solutions, sustainable technologies for creating a marine infrastructure that is sustainable. Then we have developed algal biotechnology and microbial biotechnology for offshore farming also. We are into open sea cage culture. So we have these vessels, coastal demonstration vessels, which work along the coast or go up to the Antarctic. And this is the seafront facility. So we have carried out several works in the laboratory for establishing the open cycle ocean thermal energy conversion and the LTTD system, and we are into scaling up the system and demonstration. And actually the problem of working in the coast is so complex because the pipelines have to go underwater, they're so huge, and how they will tend to work underwater or their orientation itself is a major challenge because there are absolutely no controls underwater. So everything needs to be comprehended with that in the background, that we have to work everything underwater where we have no control over the sea state, the waves, the currents, and the weather itself. A very, very small weather window is normally available for carrying out these operations. So all these studies have to be carried out in-house before really going out into the field. And the HDP pipelines are really huge when we go there to transmit this water. So it's a very complex problem. Then we also get into wave energy because we are into renewables of energy. So one is the thermal gradient that is used, another is the wave energy, where the navigational buoys that you see along the coast to indicate the presence of structures or other things like that, we are trying to power them using the locally available waves. So this is operational in Ennur also. We have demonstrated and we have transferred the technology to Ennur port, where they can use this for powering the buoys using the wave energy. And then we have installed a data platform in Gulf of Kambat. Again, Gulf of Kambat and Gulf of Kutch are very, very difficult environments to work in because of the very high tidal range. Because at a point it will be 0 water and another point it will be 15 meters. So it is like a virtual tsunami every day. So, and the weather window is just 6 hours in a day. So installing a platform in that depth, in that environment is really difficult. And then we have also restored the Puducherry beach. Here you can see this is a Puducherry beach where we have constructed a steel reef and restored this beach. And then this is a desalination plant at Kalpeni in Lakshadweep. The problem with the islands is that the islands are so small, there is not much equipment that can move there, and the weather window is so short. You can only work from September to March, and all the construction is spanned over several years. To transfer people to work there is so difficult. And this is a short video clip that about the islands, how it is. See, you can see that the deep water is so close to the island, and then this is this is how the cold water and pipes come on this bridge. And then these are the process equipments. In fact, there are no handling equipments on the island to take such huge process equipments. Everything is to be planned as to how it will be transferred, how it will be dismantled, reintegrated and formed. Even this pipe welding, there is not much enough space on the islands for welding. So it's a complete challenge. So this is how, in fact, we construct in floating position. You see, this is a tank which is constructed on land near a shore, and it is towed. You can see it is being towed into the water. It was constructed on land and it is towed into the water, and it is taken to the position, and we will have to work out the buoyancy for towing. And you can see how the weather is so difficult to work here to create the foundations. So the tank is towed and it is put in position, and then balance construction happens at the position. Only so much where it can take, where it can float is taken. And you can see the wave forces on this, which is normally not estimatable. So we are into designing this for that. And this is the tank that is brought here, and these buildings are constructed there. To move so much material is itself a challenge. So these are the 6 islands where we are into putting up the desalination plants. But it has resulted in complete, it has been transferred to the society, and it is transferred to the society. So any research, like the VC said in the morning, any research that is very successful only when it reaches the final consumer in the society. So this is another place in Kalpakam, near south of Kalpakam, where the beach was completely lost after the cyclones. So if there's a small video clip, because words don't explain as much. So it is done underwater directly. The construction is done underwater because tubes, when filled, are about 280 tons in weight. So this is how it is done. So this is another demonstration. And then we have the mining system. This is a short video to get a feel of, this is a mining machine. It weighs about 12 tons of weight in air. And this is launched at 5,270 meters water depth. So you can, this is the launching, this is, and you can imagine the length of the cable that will be on board. It is a 6,000 meter cable, which has to be placed on board. And then this is reaching the seabed. It is under seabed. And in fact, the whole operation was transmitted online to our ministry in Delhi. The whole operation underwater, where it moved. See, this is a movement, and it is generating all the, it is creating the slurry there as it moves. So this is the retrieval. So it has taken a long time for really doing a flawless operation. So this is for the mining, and actually it has now reached. It crawled on that. It itself is a great achievement. After that, it has to pump the nodules, and then we have this underwater, in deep sea at 6,000 meters, we can take soil samples also. We have a autonomous underwater vehicle, and also we have a coring system which can take samples underwater. So this is the way the corer is there. It works underwater. This is developed here. It is not, it is very rare that commercially such things will be available because not many people work at that depth. So this is the coring machine. This is how it works. The corer is see, this is the core that is taken now. And so this is the core, 150 mm diameter core. Underwater, it has been taken. So this also, this machine is about 10 tons in weight. So you can imagine the logistics of these operations. And then we have developed techniques for isolating microbes from subsea bed, from the deep waters, very deep as 6,000 meters water depth also. And we have made a consortia that can help in bioremediation of hydrocarbon. And then we have some that can go into the skincare and cosmetic application. Then we are also into marine algae. So we have developed technology for production of pharmaceutical important products from this chlorella, this marine algae. And then we have an open sea cage culture where we create a sea cage in water like aquaculture. And because it is away from the coast, it has better environment for the fishes to grow. So we have got into techniques for growing of commercially important fishes like cobia, sea bass, pampano, that is this kadal viral, kodua, and some palamine, vowal mean, all that. So we create the hatchery there, and we get into feeding them and rearing them, and this technology helps the society at large. And these are the marine sensor subsea bed imaging systems where the subsea bed is imaged, and we are into the development of technology for getting the subsea bed information like buried objects when there are shipwrecks, and also for getting the underwater subsea bed profile. And this is the marine acoustics where we are also deployed our systems in the Arctic where it can measure the subsea bed noise. So this is a noise of ice melting in the subsea bed in the Arctic. So this gives an indication of the climate change, because if it melts before time, if it melts in, you can know the extent of melting. So this helps us in climate change studies. Then we have the ocean electronics group where we have developed a technology for using this technology only we operate the open sea cages. And then we have profiling instruments that measure the salinity profile, the conductivity, all these profiles. And then we have the ocean buoy network, which helps in the environmental parameters monitoring, like we measure the bottom pressure and detect whether there is a tsunami in due to an earthquake. If the transmission comes very fast, we have enough time for dissemination of information and evacuation planning. So, and we also have very good systems for cyclone prediction now, because we monitor the weather on a online basis. And then we have our own research vessels, and we are into sustainable use of them. In fact, though our vessels, one of the vessels is the ice class vessel is from Italy, we have developed our own systems for maintaining, like a part of Atmanirbhar Bharat. We have also done, the systems are maintained by ourselves, and we have developed technologies for that. And then we have several of these technologies. The LTTD technology is developed by us as early as 2000. And we have implemented this in remote islands. This is a technology that is done only by NIOT, and it's very useful in the islands like Lakshadweep, where deep waters are very near, and the water requirement is not as the scale of Chennai. Then we have developed this acoustic, the sub-bottom profiler for shipwrecks and all that, transducers. Then we have this mining machine that we have indigenized it, and then deep sea exploration also. We have indigenized the subsea bed, the coring system, and we have transferred it to L&T Powai and BEL Bangalore. And we have this deep water ambient noise measuring system, which is installed in the northern Indian Ocean, and vector sensor array for coastal surveillance applications, where the boats can be surveyed by using the ambient noise itself. And we have a patent for that. And of course, these biological products that have all been patented and transferred to the industry. And then the automatic fish biomass system, where the open sea cages are developed, and the feeding is done and the rearing is done. And then the maintenance of our vessels for fuel efficiency and gaseous emissions. And then we have all these technologies which are developed and transferred to the various industries, which are of course ocean related. And then we have all these patents with us for our technologies. Then we have these publications as well in scientific journals. And they also have incubators, and we do the hand holding till the product is developed and till it is released. And we are with the incubators, so we help them to develop until it is becoming operational. And then we have the SAVE competition for engineering students for underwater, where the underwater autonomous vehicle is demonstrated, and we send them the successful students. We send them to a competition in the US, and we have in this as an outcome of this competition, about 30 prototypes have been developed. AUVs have developed in India by students. And we have a public-private partnership. We have a lot of studies that for coastal protection, we work with the state PWDs, and then we of Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Andhra, Orissa, we work with them for coastal protection. And then we also have collaborative studies with several other organizations. Our deep sea systems are all, we work with ISRO, and we also work with IIT Chennai, Anna University for the soil interaction studies. We have developed a laboratory in Anna University actually for subsea bed, the soil structure interaction studies. And then we have with the industry, we are collaborating with BL, Keltron, and transferred about 24 technologies. This needs an update. And then we have several MOUs. And this is a picture of Dr. Abdul Kalam visiting our institute. And like everyone else, I invite all of you to come to our institute once this pandemic is over. It's not only a technology demonstration institute where you can see all the machines, but you also have so much of the marshland is maintained so well. All these birds come here. It's more of a mini Vedandangal. So I invite you all to our institute. Thank you very much for this opportunity. And I thank the Tamil Nadu State Council for Science and Technology for this wide spectrum of information that is being disseminated today. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, madam, for your elaborate presentation on NIOT. in year 2016 by Life Academy Sweden. Excellence in Teaching Award 2017. Sir, I welcome you to make a presentation on your institute activities. Kindly stick to the time schedule. We are being very unfair to all the institutes. Such mammoth organizations, kindly help us. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Is it audible?
Yeah, yes, sir, very much. Please proceed, Professor.
Yeah. In fact, I'm really very happy to be part of this important event on the virtual mode. And as you said, I will definitely try to be within the time. Without wasting time, I'll try to share the screen. Respected dignitaries and the senior professors and participants, very green good afternoon to all of you. And so another 15 minutes, I'll be talking about my institute, it's National Institute of Wind Energy. So the institute is established in the year 1998 as Center for Wind Energy Technology. In fact, in 2014, it has been renamed as National Institute of Wind Energy, as we are growing with more and more activities, and also to take care of the national level target of wind energy. Hope I am audible and the slides are visible.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please proceed, sir.
Yeah. Established in the year 98 as Autonomous Research and Development Institution by the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy to serve as a technical focal point for the development of wind energy in the country. And along with the, in fact, we have a corporate office at Chennai, and we also have a wind turbine test station down south from Chennai, 600 kilometers away, close to Tirunelveli, place called Kayatha, where we do large wind turbine testing and all. Initially, the testing was supported by the Denmark government support. Actually, the vision of the institute is to serve as a technical focal point for the development of wind energy in the country. And if you look at the objective, all our objective has been set to take care of the development of wind energy in the country. In fact, we started our journey in India. Wind energy deployment started in the year 1986. So we have more than 2 decades of wind energy experience. But when we came, there was no development. Many people do not know what is wind, whether it can be convertible into electricity. And that kind of stage, our institute came in and took care of all the facet of wind power development activities, starting from identifying windy location, establishing wind farm, and supporting to the wind industry in terms of preparing standards, doing testing, certification, and providing authentic data, and also R&D support for many of the problem which were faced by the wind industry. So we do a world-class service in almost all our activity have been certified as per the ISO and also International Techno-Economic Commission, the standards. This is about the organization structure. So basically, all the objective has been taken care through this department. Basically, we have a department called Wind Solar Resource Measurement, and the Research and Development Department, Testing and Research, and we have a Solar Radiation Resource Assessment Department, and certification and IT department, standards and regulation, and skill development and training division, and obviously funding. With these division support, we take care of our objective. And if you see if at all you want to develop a wind farm, the first and foremost thing is to identify a site, because in India, 1 megawatt of wind turbine is going to cost you about 6 to 7 crore. So we are investing huge money. So if at all you want to have the fruitful return of your investment, so you need to first see the resource part. So that is the important part. And I wanted to mention here, wind energy sector, in fact, renewable energy sector is the only sector which has more participation from private. You take any power plants like thermal, nuclear, hydro, all the almost major investment comes from the government. But you look at wind sector, more than 95% of the investment are from private, because the government initially enabled come up with a good policy to support the growth of wind and renewable energy sources. In fact, we have a ministry of new and renewable energy, which is in fact India is the only country is having a separate ministry for the promotion of renewable energy. No other country has a special ministry. The other countries, they may have a ministry of electricity, a ministry of power, a ministry of agriculture, under which there will be a small department. But India, they have come up with a special ministry in 1992 itself. That's how we are growing. Right now, India stands fourth in the world in terms of wind power installed capacity. Overall renewable energy, again, we are fourth place. We are holding fourth place. So first thing is site identity to measure wind parameter. So if you are seeing this is called mid-mass, meteorological mass we call. By using this, we measure. There are different sensors like anemometer, which measures the wind speed, wind van, which shows the direction of wind. Apart from that, we also measure the temperature, humidity, solar radiation. So all these things we measure in a selected location. And if you see, till now we have established a wind monitoring station like this in 965 locations all over the country. And some private people also have come up with this kind of measurement station. So totally more than 2,000 wind monitoring station available in India to measure wind parameters. In fact, India is the country. In fact, NIVE is having a large ground measured data. No other country has that kind of ground measured data, because all other countries will go with the satellite data and the simulation data, all kind of things. But we have very good data. By measuring the wind parameter, we have come up with estimated wind potential all over the country at different level actually. If you see close to the terrain, ground, the wind speed may not be good, because we can see a lot of obstacles like trees, houses, buildings of various kinds, and so many other things are there. If you go along with the height, wind speed increases. So that's how you can see we have estimated wind potential at 50-meter height, where we come up with close to 50,000 megawatt, 50 megawatt gigawatt. At 80-meter height, we have assessed close to 1 lakh megawatt potential is available. At 100 meter, about 3 lakh megawatt is possible. And recently we have come up with 120-meter height, which shows close to 700 gigawatt potential. So we have huge potential. We have tapped only 10% of it. So we have reached about 40 gigawatt wind installed capacity in India, which is more than 10 times of the current energy installed capacity of India. So which is close to 4 lakh megawatt, 3 lakh 80,000 megawatt is the current power installed capacity from different sources like thermal, nuclear, hydro, and renewable. So renewable contributes close to 25% right now. And if you include large hydro, which is also renewable, so we have more than 34% of the contribution. Apart from also measure solar radiation. In fact, this is one of the biggest project in the world. We have come up with 115 specialized the solar monitoring station, which measure the solar radiation. Apart from that, so many other parameters, and we have completed and published solar atlas for India. You can see, which will see. We also published wind atlas. We also published solar atlas. So these atlas can give you a fair idea about the wind or solar radiation at a given location. So based on that, we can plan for developing wind farm or solar farm. So this will be very, very useful for the customer who are willing to invest or who want to develop wind farm or solar farms. So we have very vast experience in resource assessment since from the inception of the institute 1998, and we have done a lot of consultancy project based on our capacity building development, and we do site selection and feasibility study, energy yield assessment, and micro siting. So these are all some of the technical services which we do, and we also prepare a detailed project report. So if any private people who develop, invest huge money and come up with a 100 megawatt wind farm, so we can do a detailed project report and due diligence services, and also tender document preparation and tender document evaluation. This kind of services we do for the industry. And the other area, if you see, offshore wind energy. So till now, what I was talking about on the shore, on land-based wind farm development, wind resource assessment. So now many countries are going to offshore, putting wind farm in the sea. And right now in the world, close to 20 gigawatt offshore wind farm installed. Countries like China, Japan, and European countries, UK, America, they have already invested, installed wind turbine in the sea. But we are yet to, because we have huge potential onshore, which has been untapped actually. So going to offshore will take more money, but the generation will be better. 20 to 30% extra generation we can get than the onshore. Offshore, because the surface is smooth, we can get very smooth predominant wind, so we can go for a better generation. But the investment cost will go up because we need to spend a lot of money for the foundation and the special material to be used to avoid the corrosion, salty effect. So which takes more money. But however, to go along with the world, we are also planning to go for offshore wind farm. Last 4-5 years, we are working on it because it involves a lot of money. We want to make sure whether we have potential or not. But you all aware that India has a long coastline. We have more than 7,600 kilometer coastline. Many places are prone for frequent cyclone kind of thing, like Odisha, Andhra Pradesh, we can find frequent cyclone. But right now, the initial study shows that we have very good potential in Tamil Nadu between Rameshwaram and Kanyakumari. There is a very good potential. We have already measured, which shows more than 8 meter per second average, which will be very good for which can be a economically viable wind farm project if go the offshore wind farm at Rameshwaram, between Rameshwaram and Kanyakumari. And there is a possibility, a good potential at Gujarat, where we can go for offshore. A lot of measurement are being done. Gujarat already we are measuring wind parameter, and which is showing a good potential. So probably maybe coming years we will have offshore wind turbine at Gujarat and Tamil Nadu. Then later on, we'll look at basis of the coastal line. The next service of this institute is providing forecasting, like rain. Our IMD meteorology people will predict tomorrow it will rain, it may rain, it may not rain. So this kind of thing we used to listen. Similarly, we are also forecasting wind and solar. So tomorrow, today, what would be the wind? How much power it can be produced? So this is forecasting, which we are doing since 2-3 years. Whole Tamil Nadu has been done, and we are expanding our service to many other states. And the accuracy level of forecasting right now more than 90% actually. And still we are trying to improve and trying to reduce the level. Hope we'll improve the forecasting model. And right now, intraday and the next day, even 1 week ahead, 1 month ahead, everything can be predictable. We're working on for the medium and long-term forecasting. Right now, 1 day ahead, intraday, we are predicting. This service has brought us awards like Scots Award and National Awards for e-governance 2019, and another award of best accuracy in state wind forecasting given by the Indian Wind Power Association. So we are doing a very quality service, and we have come up with a mobile app, Surja. If you download and look at it, so you can easily come to know the potential of wind and solar. And even you can select your house and your roof top, how much space is available. So in that area, how much of solar panel can be installed. Those kind of services we do through this. It's freely available. Anybody can download and make use of this facility. If you look at the R&D focus, so we are looking at the wind resource data, because we collect a lot of data which has to be analyzed, predicted exactly, by which we can give a good support for the developer, investor who is investing huge money into the wind. And the wind turbine design, even though right now we have very mature technology to convert wind into electricity, still a lot of areas to be improved in terms of reducing the cost and increasing the efficiency and strengthening the material. So India right now, about 80% of the compound are being made in India. Indigenization happened about 80%. Earlier, we used to simply import from other country and assemble and install. But now almost 80% of the compound is being made here. And offshore, another area where we have to do a lot of research and come up with a better model where we can completely reduce the cost of energy production, even the product cost and the installation. The installing offshore wind farm itself attracts huge money, because we have to hire a big ship which has to be there for till whatever time we spend for installation. And hybrid is another very good area where we can do a lot of research, because all natural resources like wind, solar, biomass, all are informal in nature. It may not be available throughout the day, like coal-based power plant or nuclear, thermal, the hydro. We are having a resource already. We can conformably say, today I can produce this much of power. But wind being a informed natural resource, it's very difficult. Now it may be 5 meters per second, after some time it may go to 10 meters per second, after some time zero. So there's huge variation. So to avoid that only, people are now going for forecasting, and the hybrid system will support. When wind is not there, we can go with the stored energy, or we can go with the solar or if both are not there, we can go with the grid. So these kind of things will support for a better electricity system. And digitization. Now everybody are going for AI, artificial intelligence, so many other things. So we are also trying to incorporate those kind of latest technology into wind farm. Already many technology integrated. In fact, so using my computer, I can stop or switch on or switch off wind turbine wherever located. I may have a wind turbine at Coimbatore or Kanyakumari or even Australia or America. From my computer, I can switch off, I can switch on. Everything is possible with the latest technology by using SCADA and internet and AI. Other service, what we do is certification of wind turbine. So in fact, as I said, huge money people are spending. So normally, if you try to buy something, we always look for the quality, and we in advanced stage we look for the certified product. So once some neutral agency is certified, means it has a quality. So similarly, because the cost is high, wind turbine certification is mandatory. In fact, otherwise all your money will be wasted. So we do a wind turbine certification in India. In fact, we are the only people in India to do certification testing services. There are few more people going to abroad, but which will be very costly. In fact, our India is a tropical country. European countries, the climate is completely different. So we have come up with our own certification scheme considering our climatological condition. We are doing this service, and we also do testing of the wind turbine, large wind turbine as well as small wind turbine. So this will be an input for the certification. So we do power performance test, quality measurement, the RF. These are some of the technical tests which we do, and the input goes to the certification team. Then finally they will issue a certificate. So we have established a wind turbine test station at Kayathar, which has a world-class facility, one of the best site for doing testing. Very plain terrain. This is the site of Kayathar. So this is our office. We have plenty of wind turbine and simultaneously do testing. Right now, we are also doing testing at customer place, and we established a wind turbine research station. Different wind turbines of different make, capacity, or manufacturer. Which is really available for anybody to do research. It is open for public. If any one of you want to do research, you can make use of this research station, which has different technology of wind turbine of different generation. So we have very old wind turbine which was installed 20 years before, and the latest wind turbine 2 years before. Everything is open for public. We also have some hybrid project, and we have come up with a renewable energy lab at Kayathar, which will be very useful for like at the inauguration session. VC was telling they have come up with the maker space. Similarly, we also have a maker space for small wind turbine. Any interested people can come to this location and do design. All the facilities are available, which will be made available. They can come and use this facility and make any kind of design of wind turbine, which will be useful for their research and development activity, and where we can also provide training. So we have very good experience in training. We also support the standards and regulation activities. Because all standards comes from internationally. IEC we used to call International Techno-Economic Commission. They regulate the standard. They create standard, regulate, and from Indian side, our input goes from us, through Bureau of the Standard, actually, BAS. And we also do training. In fact, as we are the only agency in India, perhaps all developing countries, we have huge responsibility in disseminating the right information to the right user at the right time. So we compile the relevant information and give you make it available for the wind power sector people to use. So we have very good library which can be referred by any academic people, industry people at free of cost. We have almost all sources which are related to wind and renewable energy, and we do publication as well, training course material and the newsletter wind sector. And we are doing a lot of training program. So we have huge experience in skill development area. And till now we have conducted more than 8 training program and close to 40 training for international professionals. So we have trained about 1,000 international people coming from 98 countries and also national participants. So over 3,000 people have been trained to provide academic support. We have come up with the master level syllabus, MTech on exclusively on wind energy, so which has been approved by AICT and Ministry of New and Renewable Energy. And now many of the universities, colleges are in the process of implementing MTech course. And we also encourage the students to visit our place. We have different facilities. We provide intensive apprenticeship and even project support. And these are the facilities available to showcase to the students. Anybody can come and do even demonstration. So almost all equipment facilities needed for wind sector we have in the campus at Chennai and also at Kaitan. And these are the facilities to showcase, like rooftop, small wind turbine, the measurement setup, everything. All software, whatever needed for wind industry, all costly software is available. Again, which can be extendable to academic scholars. Whatever software you call it for wind, everything is available with us. And these are the need of the stakeholder of wind. People are looking for the certified data to invest, and they are looking for a reliable consultant or advisor to go for wind farm development. And we are doing everything. So we basically support all the people, like investor and developer, providing authentic information about wind and the certificate testing. For academic people, we support through a publication and a library facility. We conduct a lot of training program and the knowledge forums and the syllabus kind of thing. And even for general public, we support through creating awareness about the clean or green energy. Because as you all aware, renewable energy is going to be future. Because now, we are one of the biggest problem what we are facing is the global warming climate change issues. To come out of this, to mitigate global warming climate change issues, so renewable energy, particularly wind energy, is really working. So we have wind is going to be one of the prominent resource to mitigate the global warming and climate change issues. So with this, thank you all for your patient hearing. If you need any clarification questions, you can. This is my email ID, so you can very well contact us. We will try to support you.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you for your elaborate explanation about activities of NIVE. Now it is my pleasant duty to invite Dr. Vigyan, a scientist from National Institute of Research in Tuberculosis. It is an ICMR research institute. Basically a microbacteriologist having 20 years of research experience. Developed 3 genetically engineered bacteriophage constructs for diagnosing TB and submitted 3 patent applications for developing a rapid method in diagnosing drug resistance in collaboration with IIT Kharagpur, newer hybrid anti-TB molecules for TB, authored 44 publications and contributed 3 book chapters. Active collaborator with IIT Kharagpur, IIT Varanasi, IIT and ICT and NKU. Received several awards such as Albert Einstein College of Medicine in New York Research Position, and then Dr. Srinivasa Rao Award for Best Paper Tuberculosis as an scientist, ICMR International Fellowship to work in Loughborough University, UK. Now, I request Dr. Dattagi to make a presentation. Dr. Dattagi. Dr. Dattagi. Dr. Dattagi, can you hear us? Dr. Dattagi? Dr. Dattagi? கால் பண்ணுங்கம்மா. ஏமா அதான் என்னாச்சு? ஏதாவது கூப்பிட சொல்லுங்க.
ஐயோ அவங்க எம்எஸ் சார் கிட்ட பார்க்க போயிருக்காங்க, அதனாலதான்.
பார்த்துட்டு தான் எடுத்து பண்ணிட்டு yes. Dr. Dattagi? Dr. Dattagi? Can you hear us? Dr. Dastagir? Hello. Phone பண்ண எடுக்க மாட்டேங்கிறாரு. இந்த நடாவை தான் பண்ண சொன்னா அவங்க எங்க போயிட்டாங்க? அடுத்து எடுத்து அவர் தான் ஏதாவது பண்ணணும். நான் இது என்ன Dr. Dastagir. Hello.
Yeah, sir.
Now you are audible.
Okay, sir. Okay. I'm sharing the screen, sir.
Yeah, please begin your. Sir, just I will introduce with a few lines. I think I made an introduction already. Please come with your.
Sure, sir. I was listening to you, but I was not able to.
Okay. Now there was some audio problem from your side, I suppose.
My PPT is visible now.
Yeah. Yes. Very much. Please proceed, sir.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
PPT. Okay. Good afternoon, and sorry for the hiccups. I am Dr. Askar, and I actually NIRT, National Institute of Research and Technology. Shortly, it's called as NIRT. It's one of the 26 research centers under Indian Council for Medical Research, and it is under the able leadership of Dr. Padma Priyadarshini. He's a surgeon, epidemiologist, as well as a researcher. She was a director, successor as a permanent director from Dr. Soumya, who's leading the scientific group in WHO. So under her leadership, there was a several transformation of our center. It actually it was started at 1956, and it was named as Tuberculosis Chemotherapy Center way back in 1956, and later on in 1978, due to our continuous research in this field, it was renamed as TB Research Center. And by 2011, due to our involvement in the national building against this disease, it was named as National Institute for Research in Tuberculosis, and this is the present building we are working in. And talking about the history and forefathers, and these are the main founders of TCC, then TRC and NIRT, Dr. Wallace Fox, which is a huge start. They were the main important pillars. They started this chemotherapy center as a 5-year project under the sponsorship of ICMR, Government of Tamil Nadu, WHO, and British Medical Research Council. And so they actually brought in workforce from elsewhere, and they started a very good, efficient clinical research team, as well as a strong statistical basement, as well as a good laboratory practice for developing self-reliant technology to culture TB. So under their leadership, the system is going on great, and they had a lot of pivotal research taking place in this center, and I'll be talking in few slides about them. And the main vision of our center is to build a center of excellence for research in TB and become an opinion leader on TB control policies, a core facility for training for TB research and control, and to become a nodal agency for advocacy of TB control in India. And this we want. Yes, sir.
Sorry to interrupt. Please move your slides. In the first page itself, it's not moving.
It's not moving, eh?
Yeah.
Okay.
The first slide.
Yeah,
now it is the vision. Yes.
Okay. Now is it moving?
Yeah, now it is mission. Yes.
Oh, okay. I put it just set it up in a slideshow, but now I minimized it and now it's moving. So, we wanted to carry on this vision by these missions operated mode to provide scientific understanding and technologies needed to support the fight against TB, and it NIRT supports and promotes the directly observed treatment short course. One of the pillars of the National TB Control Program. It was renamed now as National TB Elimination Program by Government of India, and NIRT developed statistical reliable protocols for evaluation of interventions strategies for control of TB. And NIRT endeavors to provide excellent training programs for TB researchers and program personnel in both basic and clinical science surrounding the TB area. And NIRT aims to bridge the gap between the public establishment and private enterprises to promote advocacy required for the control of TB. And talking about the facilities, now the latest addition is the whole genome sequencer. We have both the platforms Illumina based sequencer as well as nanopore based sequencer. It was supported and provided us through a CDC sponsored program funding and by NMAR-CDK program. And our mandate was to sequence at least 1,000 sequences of MTB. So, and these are the core facilities. We have a very good laboratory, BSL-3 facility, and a cardiopulmonary unit also, and a very good clinical research team, as well as these are the conferences hall for meeting the stakeholders. And till date, our center has conducted around 50 randomized controlled clinical trials. This is our main strength, and these controlled trials are to help us to develop better treatment regimens for treating pulmonary as well as extrapulmonary TB. Mind you that tuberculosis is a very hard disease to treat, and it requires a prolonged treatment, at least duration of 6 months of multi-drug therapy, and there are a lot of safety issues also concerned with people end up with gastritis and many other side effects. So we need to monitor them. We need to reduce the defaulting and so on. So it's a very complicated disease to track and cure, and we need to follow them rigorously so that to avoid any defaulting in take care. So far we have conducted around 50 randomized controlled clinical trials in this area. And one of the main revolutionized the TB therapy is called as a Madras study. Famously, it was called as Madras study, done in the late 1950s, showed that TB could be as effectively treated as in the sanatorium. The home-based treatment is sufficient, and it was effective as well as good when you compared with patients being isolated in a sanatorium, and it was totally, the sanatorium mode of treatment was abolished completely, and due to the evidence provided by the Madras study in the late 1950s. The other important evidence provided for the program, TB control program, is the directly observed treatment short course. This was first tested at NIRT, and the evidences were provided to the Central TB Division, so that it is very effective, and for the control of TB, DOTS is very essential to avoid minimize the defaulting rates. And this is one of the important experiment conducted for demonstrating that the DOTS strategy reduces the prevalence of TB in community. So the other important trial so far conducted was the Chengalpet trial. It was a 15-year trial started by 1956, and it was a BCG vaccine trial. Showed that BCG did not protect any adult forms of TB. And this was a pivotal thing, and it was an eye-opener to the research community to go and hunt for TB vaccine. There was efficacy rate of 70% in European people, but in Indian setting, as a result of this Chengalpet trial, the BCG what we administered to people, the children, did not protect the adult form of TB. So that was really an eye-opener, and so still we are hunting for a good vaccine against TB. And the short course chemotherapy, which was studied extensively at NIRT, has contributed to shortening the TB treatment from 24 months to 3 months. And this was a very important achievement. And so far we have trained over 5,000 the TB personnel, TB working in TB as well as TB treatment officers throughout India. And now at least 10 states are under our control for effectively monitoring these persons' quality and efficiency in diagnosing TB and implementing the TB control strategies in all these 10 states. So till date we have published more than 1,100 research articles, and these are the few WHO endorsed techniques, and quickly we were able to adapt them and evaluate them in our settings. Namely, GeneXpert, TrueNut, they are both of them are molecular-based diagnostic techniques, and the Midget 960 is the liquid-based culture systems, which were quickly adopted and was extensively validated in India in our center, and it was the capacity building around this handling these techniques are also immediately occurred, and we were able to train the other TB personnel using this latest techniques. In fact, this TrueNat was one of the first indigenous rapidly diagnosing TB diagnostic kit developed by Malbio. It is an indigenous kit. It was extensively validated at our center. The protocol was developed at ICMR NIRT, and it was validated in multi-centric trial as well as in the field setting, and in a multi-country partnership also, along with the FIND, one of the spin-off of WHO. We partnered with them, and it was completely evaluated in our center. And now, as a result of our pivotal research experiments in evaluating this TrueNat for rapidly diagnosing TB, the WHO has now endorsed this technique, and now in our TB control program, this is a method to be followed everywhere in our TB control TB intermediate reference TB labs. So for that, what is the contribution to the TB management? NIRT has revolutionized the TB treatment, chemotherapy. As we said, the home-based treatment for TB patients rather than sanatorium was one of our star, and we have provided the evidence-based for the globally used DOT strategy, and provided the nation's first reliable estimation of TB burden, and continue to do for estimating the prevalence of drug resistance. I'll be talking a few slides subsequently. Conducted 2 phases of HIV preventive vaccine trials, and providing regular manpower guidance and technical support for the NTEP, National TB Elimination Program of Central TB Division, and characterized the prevalence and pattern of drug-resistant mutation in HIV naive and HIV exposed, ART exposed HIV infected children from South India. So this is one of the largest TB prevalence survey conducted, and it has now concluded. It was inaugurated by our former Health and Family Welfare Minister Harshvardhan, and as a result, we were able to do a national TB resistant surveillance in around 20 states, and we have screened around 3 lakh people susceptible to TB symptoms, and collected around more than 38 specimens, and was evaluated for cultures as well as drug sensitivity. And we are looking into the drug resistant prevalence among these throughout the country. It's a national planned study, and just recently it got concluded, and the results have been analyzed, and it will be published soon. And now we have inaugurated the national TB prevalence in the state of Tamil Nadu, and state TB prevalence, where we have targeted to screen at least 1 lakh people in throughout the villages by cluster sampling. At least we will be able to screen 1.5 lakhs of our patients, and we target to achieve a sample size of around 15,000 specimens to see the drug resistance in Tamil Nadu, how it is prevalent in Tamil Nadu. And these are the various monitoring of national TB prevalence survey sites by NIRT team. We regularly go and monitor the sites, how they are performing, and cross-check these people are sent contributed from our center, and they did a monitoring setup and a close-up visit also. These are the pictures depicting that. And apart from this, we basically, I'm a bacteriologist. We actually went for a new technologies developed also. A patent was awarded for an antibacterial lysine production from phages. This was an alternative. It can be used for liquid culture processing systems, and this has been awarded. And it's going to be tested multicentric now recently, and it's going to be initiated now. And patents were applied for phage incorporated disc-based primary MTB detection rapidly. And this proof of concept also is patent was applied for patent, and one of our PDF discovered a new hybrid molecule, including one of the two of the anti-TB drugs. They combined and developed a hybrid molecule named it as rifampicin, and found to be very active. And this is also has been applied for patenting. Translated technologies, and one of the disk-based method which has been applied for patent, it has been taken up by the IIITDM Chennai to develop as a device, and it's ongoing now. And another ongoing research is to look for novel targets in MTB. So for India's self-reliance, we have technologies, particularly in the bacteriology, Department of Bacteriology at NIRT Chennai has developed an in-house standardized procedure for preparing our own solid both media Otherwise, it is very expensive to go for the liquid systems, which require continuous power supplies. And this has been done in our in-house itself. And for traditionally, it has been carried out for more than 50 years. And we have our own way of handling, preparing this media and for going for MTB cultures. And we have also developed a modified sputum processing method also to achieve this more sensitive and reducing the contamination of MTB detection. MTB is a bacteria which is the causative agent of tuberculosis. I forgot to mention it. And this bacterial culture to reduce, see them growing in an artificial media is a very complicated method, and we need to have a very special enriched media. We are capable of doing it, preparing it in-house, and it's been done for more than 50 years now. And it strengthens our self-reliant capacity. The major ongoing studies, our clinical research division at NIRT has launched two major vaccine trials, namely VPM 1002 and MIP. These two vaccines have been extensively trialed at our site in Chennai and other centers. So far, we have recruited more than 2,000 participants. It's mind you that these participants recruiting for the study is a very time-consuming thing, and we need to go for rigorous ethics and DCGI approvals to enroll into the study and to initiate. And so far, 2,000 participants have been enrolled. And it's been getting the consent from them before making them to participate in these trials. We'll be administering this vaccine. We have administered them in blinded with the placebo also, and the trial is going on. And the other clinical research division, Department of NIRT, has also launched two new randomized drug trials to determine the effect of increased dosing of the anti-TB drug, important anti-TB drug, rifampicin, and host-directed therapy of the metformin, the antidiabetic drug, when given daily along with the first-line anti-TB drugs. The CRD of NIRT also launched two trials against the drug-resistant form of TB. Nowadays, the TB bacteria responsible for TB are much more clever and ended up in developing more resistant forms, and we have very couple of newer drugs come into after a gap of 50 years into curing this drug resistant forms. And so we are evaluating their capacity in handling this drug resistant forms by the shorter MDR regimen, multi-drug regimen, and now it's been evaluated through this STEAM and BEAT studies. The institute thus continues its quest for better treatment options for all forms of TB and will pursue the investigation on newer drugs as they become available. And coming to COVID, we played a major role in COVID detection. And as soon as the COVID first wave began, we sweated action and created our own BSL-2 lab for testing the COVID samples. And we received samples from KMC, neighboring KMC, Stanley, Madras Medical Colleges for testing the COVID samples by RT-PCR. And swiftly, we were able to establish a COVID detection lab also. Along with that, we went in for COVID zero surveillance also. So far, a total of 24,000 blood samples were collected across 60 districts all over, tested with COVID ELISA kits, and along with another ICMA center at Avadi. Both went for testing the zero surveillance, as well as 6,500 blood samples across 13 hotspots in the cities are also collected for the COVID zero surveillance. And now we are into COVID sequencing also, and we are into the capacity building of the state TB personnel for COVID sequencing. And we have a complete diagnostic setup for COVID-19 also. It was rapidly, and both the two ways it was running round the clock. And we have several MOUs, memorandum of understanding with academics, and one of the thing recently signed within Madurai Kamarajar University, and we actually run a lot of awareness campaigns also. We have sub-centers apart from our center at Chetpat. We have sub-centers in Tiruvallur, Madurai, as well as in Vellore. So we have the GH, our catchment area are from patients from the GH in and around Chennai. We send a team of doctors, clinicians, as well as social welfare people to go and canvass and admit this patient for the various clinical trials. So as a part of the awareness compound, we build in the components of awareness campaigns also while we reach all these sub-centers. One you see in the right is the GH at Adakampari, Vellore, and the other one you see in the picture is where our director is giving a presentation to the Vivekananda College in Madurai. So what is the contribution of the ICMR as a whole for TB management? It caters to 26 research institutes. It has developed our own research funding mechanism through developing this India TB Research Consortium, an initiative to bring together all major national and international stakeholders to develop new tools for TB, which has been initiated by the ICMR. And we are funding to other agencies also to go for newer tools for diagnosing as well as better options for treatment, shortening the TB treatment. The TB diagnostic initiative, ICMR has supported us to evaluate this TrueNet newer indigenously developed kit for TB also. So thank you, and thank you. I thank profusely the organizers for giving me the chance for exhibiting our NIRT's ICMR NIRT's strength in a larger way. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor, for your nice presentation on the activities of NIRT. Now it is my pleasure and privilege to propose a vote of thanks on behalf of Tamil Nadu State Council for Science and Technology. We would like to place on records our heartfelt and sincere thanks to Professor R. Veludraj, Vice Chancellor at Anna University, for his having accepted our invitation to inaugurate the program and for his insightful presentation on the ecosystem in our state. We would like to place on records our thanks to Dr. Devapriya Datta, Advisor, Department of Science and Technology, Dr. Rashmi Sharma, Scientist F, Department of Science and Technology, Dr. Ravikant, Scientist from Department of Science and Technology, for their support and leadership. We would like to thank all the presenters who have highlighted their institute's contribution to nation development and Atmanirbhar Bharat, particularly Dr. M. Kalaiselvi, Director, Secretary, Dr. M. Umadevi, Professor, Mother Teresa Women's University, Dr. V. Kamakoti, Dean, ICSR, IIT Madras, Dr. K. Subramaniam, Director of Research, Tamil Nadu Agricultural University, Dr. A. Nishat Fatima, Senior Principal Scientist, CLRI, Dr. K. Vijayarani, Director of Research, Tanuvas, Dr. Vidya Ravichandran, Scientist G, National Institute of Ocean Technology, Dr. P. Kanagavel, Head, Skill Development Division, National Institute of Wind Energy, Dr. Alahar Dastagir, Scientist, National Institute of Research in Tuberculosis. Thank you, sirs and madams, for your valuable contribution today. We'd like to thank all the participants from various states and scientists and researchers from our state who have participated in this important meeting. Hope we have learned together and we will work together. I would like to place on records our thanks, my own thanks to our colleagues. First of all, our dear Member Secretary, Dr. R. Srinivasan, for his valuable support and guidance. My fellow officer, Dr. Ramanan, our office staff, Mr. Silvaratnam, Ramachandran, Janaki Raman, and ministerial staff, Snehalada, Chitra, Kalaivani, and then our project staff, Gomadi, Dr. Ms. Hema, Mrs. Usharani, and Mr. Ashwin. Thank you, one and all. With this, we are closing this meeting. With this series of meetings being organized on behalf of Department of Science and Technology, we hope to meet all of you in the forthcoming meetings also. Thank you for your kind cooperation and patient hearing. Thank you. Sir, with your sir, shall we close the meeting, sir?
Sir, Dr. Rashmi Sharma is there in the meeting.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Rashmi Sharma is in the meeting, it seems.
Yes, sir.
Madam, hello. Okay, that's all. We can close the meeting.
Yes, sir. With your permission, we would like to close this
Thank
meeting.
thank you all. And next month, 6th, we will have another meeting for capacity building for human resource development. I think we will work it on that, and we will do it in next month, 6th. We will have that meeting. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Ananda.
Thank you, thank you.